What is going on, chat? Hope everyone's doing well. Appreciate everyone tuning in. We're gonna be getting wacky and wild today, by the way. We got some funky stuff to work on, so. We got some funky stuff to work on. It's gonna be a chill, early hobby stream. Appreciate everyone tuning in. We got a new battle report of Konflikt filmed yesterday, so I got to work on that. That'll be coming out next Wednesday. Got me a fresh cup of green tea as well. I like tea for the hobby time. It's a little too early for a White Claw. Okay. And we got some different stuff. I'll show you guys. We got a bunch of different hobby stuff done recently, off stream. Rev came by yesterday, so we filmed a game of Konflikt, but we also got some. Now we should have each of the medium walkers from the US. So we got, what is this, the Bruin missile launcher one? And then this is the Grizzly, I think. So we're going to have each of the walkers for the medium walkers for the US, so we'll have to paint those up. I just got them cleaned up. There's a lot of supports and crap I had to get rid of. Use the X-Acto blade as well to clean some up. And then the start of Little Peacock's army over here. We got some Nachtjäger as well. So we can get this to focus. These came out pretty good. I mean, it's amazing what an FDM printer can do nowadays. Some of them were a little kind of jank, but because the way the supports were, but they cleaned up pretty well for the most part. And taking an X-Acto blade and like cleaning up some of the areas underneath the wings and all that where the supports were. But yeah, we got a nice little start. Little Jeeps as well. These were like some failed prints from Rev, so I ended up just putting them together. Because they're not perfect, but these are nice for like we can have them on the battlefield positioned throughout the map. Or I can use them as regular units. I'll probably paint them up as like US Jeeps, even though they're not perfect. It'll work just fine. Some ramshackle Jeeps. But the real star of the show, well, I guess I'll show you also what I've been working on the side. This is like my passion project here. Is Turnip28. So I'm very excited for Turnip, and I'd like to play at some point. Real quick, I'll show you right here. Oh, hold on. 1 second. Oh, got to do the plug in, plug out sort of thing. Apologies there. I think I smacked my mic. Give me 1 sec. Let's see. There we go. Turnip28. The Root God. But this game is very interesting. It has a very cool aesthetic. And it's pretty much like either make your own minis or just kit bash and have fun sort of game. So this is something that I've been interested in for a while. And I'd like to explore it. So I've been making essentially like a custom army. And this is kind of like an excuse to like dip my toes into model making. And like making handmade models. And trying to make them look not like complete crap. But the art style and the visuals are so cool. Essentially with this game, I think it's like Napoleonic era. And then a giant root vegetable comes out of nowhere. And then everyone starts worshipping it as like a god or something. So this game is just like, it's like Tim Henson Wargaming meets Grimdark or something. It's so cool. The artwork and everything and just the whole style of the game is so sick. And where is he? Todd? Where's my Todd at? Here we go. This guy right here. I was like, ooh, this got me interested right here. This little frog dude. It was a like the leader of a force who got turned into a frog somehow. Todd was once a dashing officer who after a night of carousing decided to lick an amphibian-shaped radish for a bet. He became increasingly toad-shaped over the course of about a week, and now a lumpy toad mutant acts as a sword for hire to those regiments yet ignorant of his illustrious career. What ho! Pick up those entrails and let's get going! I love this. It's so great. He licked an amphibian-shaped root, turned into a frog man. Perfect. So with that being said, a while back I did this, and I sent this to Rev, and Rev was like, good God, what the hell is this monstrous creation you've made? But I made this guy right here. So, he's like my little frog dude. He's got a backpack, he's got a musket. He has bunny ears, because supposedly this guy has bunny ears, and he's got a root on. He's got like a big, or maybe like a strawberry root vegetable thing. I don't know. But, so that's what I made out of tin foil and green stuff. So I took tin foil and then like metal wire. Yo, what's going on, Tiki? How's it going, dude? Turned into a toad mercenary? I'd be hopping mad. Oh, man. Round of applause for that one. That was a good one. I don't think you heard my laugh soundtrack, so I'll hit it again. That was good. Oh, he'll be hopping around. How's it going, dude? I hope everything's going well. What do you call it? So this game got me super intrigued, by the way. I was like, hell yeah. Because, you know, I don't know. I just love the style of it. I think I saw, do you, what's their names? Let's find the channel. Hold on. What the hell is their name? The dude's name is Ben and Tom. Tom runs, like a TTRPG channel, and Ben, they have that one wargaming channel, but they also talk. What the hell is the name of their channel, dude? I'm not following. Hold on, I gotta swap my YouTube account to my main channel. Give me a sec. Game Nights, I think it's called, right? Or something? Hold on, give me one sec. Game Nights. Haha! This is I found this channel like only like 2 or 3 months ago. I didn't know about this channel at all. But I believe this is their Turnip28 battle report. But I saw this is Ben, and then Tom is right there. They have another channel, or it's a different channel for like Call of Cthulhu and stuff like that. But they do a bunch of wargaming stuff, and they've done some cool. They used to do some cool bolt action stuff like a long time ago. They have some really cool battle reports of bolt action from like years ago. I think they've done some newer stuff, but if you go way back, they've done Lego bolt action. They've done like missions with bolt action and Sharp and stuff like that. World War II Spies, other games. But I saw them like talk about Turnip28 during their like a VOD of their live stream, and I got hooked the second I saw photos of people's armies and stuff like that, because the shit was just crazy. I mean, look at these dudes. These dudes are walking on birch sticks. Yeah, they did some awesome narrative bolt action stuff, San Diego. They're a great channel. I love their channel. I just found them until recently. I didn't know about them. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Let's get some music on. Give me that Streets of Rage, baby. But yeah, this is the sort of stuff here that really got me intrigued, because it's like ultra. Oh, you guys can't see it. This is the stuff that got me intrigued. This is like ultra kit bashing, right? This is like you can do whatever you want. And there's literally like no, it's like just gives you a rough estimate of base sizing, and that's it. So you can like do whatever you want. You can make your own dudes. You could take sticks. Like, look at this. This dude just like, what is that? Looks sick though. You could just make whatever you want, and that could be part of your army, you know, because there's different units and stuff. Like, look at this. This is the exact sort of stuff that was like, okay, I see what's going on here. And I'm 100% in. You know, like, so the aesthetic is very, like, Napoleonic era, but they all have, like, these, like, beaky helmets, and everyone has, like, grass growing on them. You'll see this a lot of times. People love putting, like, grass tufts on the heads and stuff. We saw this before where it was, like, a pumpkin man, you know? So, I was like, all right, cool. Well, we could try something out then. And there's a lot of this where, essentially, this is what I kind of plan on doing with these guys. Over here, we have, these are prints from my mini factory. I forgot who, but these are like Hussar, Cavalry. I have the riders in a bag. We have like Napoleonic era, just cavalrymen or something. Or not cavalry, just regular infantry. And I could just go ahead and just green stuff some like beaks on them. And then maybe add like grass tufts. And I was thinking about putting some grass sticking off the top of this and making this a carrot. Like they have carrots on their helmets. So that was kind of like the idea. We have two different armies because Rev has so much going on. I would never ask Rev to make an army for a brand new game. So I'm just going to make two armies. And that leads us to the Mushroom Riders. So I found these mushrooms at the dollar store. They're little wooden mushrooms. And I made a bunch of metal armatures, essentially. I'll show you. This is what they look like. And covered them and just smeared them in green stuff. Okay. I was very, very like, okay, I'm just gonna go super simple. But this is like some weird horse body thing that I made, right? But like, so I just took wire and bent it into shapes and made like I watched a video on how to make like basic armatures. So I made these little dudes. And I was trying to figure out what to do. These are from the Age of Sigmar Uruk kits or something. This is like one of the first ever GW models I ever bought, was some Age of Sigmar Orcs for one-page rules. So I took the arms, and the rest of them I just like, they look really stupid and they're very basic, but I have a plan to make these look way more in tune to the universe of Turnip. But I printed, these are actual official Turnip28 STLs. These are like the heads. So what I could do is I could take these heads and I could theoretically put them on these bodies if I wanted to. But I think I might try some more green stuff for the heads here. But so I just like took some heads, I took green stuff, smashed it on there. I made little boots. I made like a kind of like a metal gauntlet hand or something. And they look very simple and kind of shitty, right? But the idea is, what I want to do is I want to glue moss. I want to like the artificial moss. I want to glue the hanging moss. We can glue, I have fly tying material that I use for fishing, to make fishing lures, that we can glue on to make little bits and spiky things or whatever. But like I painted them. I want to like put like artificial moss and glue it on there so you could see like the moss, the grass. I also have my static grass applicator. What I'm thinking is I paint the dudes with speed paints in different like vibrant colors or muted colors, we'll see. And then what I'll do is I can apply glue, attach the static grass gun to the model, and then sprinkle the static grass on it and have like grass growing off in patches, maybe for the shoulders, off the back, you know what I mean? And just kind of make them like give 3D dimension to it without having to model it on there, because I ran out of green stuff and I suck at using green stuff modeling it. So I was like gonna like model on legs and the torso and, you know, add muscles and all that, and I was like, dude, this stuff's so hard. So we're just gonna try and cheat it essentially. But what we need to do is we need to paint these with speed paints. I really want to paint the mushrooms to give that classic sort of, I forgot the name of the mushroom, like the Mario mushroom with the red and the white, but I forgot the actual name of that mushroom type. You can't eat them, by the way. But I want to paint them like that. Maybe paint some like faces or something, or maybe glue some like moss in areas. And I took a bunch of 3D supports and just glued them on there to give me some random crap to make it look like some sort of weird trees. You know what I mean? Because the idea, it's like some sort of Tim Henson grimdark, you know, fantasy, like woods and outposts and stuff like that. So that's the idea. I made and then we forgot these boys here. Then I was like, what do I do with these guys? I had a bunch of, because you can either use like melee weapons or there's like black powder weapons because it's like Napoleonic era. So I gave these guys like blunderbusses and muskets because these are like the official heads and the guns from the STLs I printed. And I just took them and made it so they're holding the heads and that the guns are then replacing their heads. Like it grew out of their head. And again, the idea is we're going to like cover these in grass, cover them in moss, cover them in weird things, stuff like that. So I was like, how do I get like basic infantry dudes? And I think these are like, they're not like the bozo the bozo dudes. They're like a little bit better unit. There's only like 5-6 units in the whole game, but and there's no points. You just have like a leader. For each leader you can take like a follower unit, and for your main dude, like this would be my main dude, he could take 2 units. So he could have like, this is 2 4-mans right here, and then we have 2 4-mans here, and then we have 2 cavalry units. This would be a leader I need for them and a leader for them, and that's the whole army right there. So the evil Tiki AI rises. Am I missing some sort of definitive lore about Tiki the Hut being AI? Alright. So anyways, that's the idea. What it's going to look like, I really don't know. But we're going to speed paint all this stuff, and then we're just going to glue a bunch of crap to it. And there's our Turnip28 army. Todd and his mushroom riders. I don't know, I got to come up with a name for them. Maybe you guys could help me with that. Alright. So here's my idea. Maybe you guys could help me here. Like, either I go for really weird and bright colors and just go like almost like Wonder Bread style, where we just kind of randomly splotch colors onto the miniature. The gun will be a certain color and the helmet will be a proper helmet color. But the rest of the miniature, the idea is these are like some sort of mutant root hybrid creatures. Maybe they were human bodies or something that, what do you call it? Got, you know, absorbed by the roots. I don't know what the hell's going on. But so the other idea is that we go with muted darker colors like olives and browns and grays and weird colors like that, you know, like just darker colors. And that'll kind of blend in nicely with the moss and the grass and all that stuff that we're going to do. Apparently I'm both a dead and a war criminal. Okay. I get you. So these are just Morty things. Gotcha. These are... I've watched Morty streams before. Alright. I'm assuming at least. Due to your cult status in the wargaming community, Tiki. So what do you think? Should we go for like vibrant bright colors, or should we go for muted dark colors? Or we could do both. Right? There is the option of doing both. The mushrooms I'm going to paint like straight up classic red with the white dots sort of mushrooms, because that's so cliche, and that's what I pictured in my head. They're like riding those, like, what do you call it? The way, what we should do is, I didn't model anything on there, but maybe we can paint it, or maybe I can add it later, I guess, theoretically. But the movie Mom and Dad Saved the Universe, you guys know what I'm talking about? That's kind of what I pictured they're riding. Let's look it up. What do they call those things? Goombas or something? Sewer monster? What the hell were those things? Yeah, this thing right here. This freaking thing. He like gets dropped down into a sewer and he's like, oh, hey, little guy. And it's like, ah! And they all start chasing him. That's kind of what I pictured. This is what I pictured they're riding. Like mutated mushroom creatures is the idea. This is a classic movie, by the way. It's such a good movie. Todd. Such a good movie, dude. If you guys haven't, it's such a dumb 90s movie. It's so good, though. Yeah, John John Lovitz is Todd. That's what I picture, though, they're riding, so. Alright, let's do a test. I guess we'll get a bunch of different colors. And, let's see. Murder scene. That sounds about right. There's not much in that. Abolition green. Darkwood. Desolation brown. And what a pallid bone. And there's also some skin tone colors we can use, which might work. So this is kind of like the muted color approach. You know what I mean? And maybe even like some magenta for fleshy, rotted fleshy tone. Amanitas, thank you. That's what they're called, amanitas. And they're psychoactive when prepared properly. Yeah. It's not like a magic mushroom sort of thing, but it's probably like you said, I guess they have to be synthesized or something. But yes, amanitas, that's what they were called. I just remember from classic things, you know, like, because I'm still in, you know, I have a fishing channel and I tie flies for a living, but for a long time I was super into like zoology and like biology and all that. So learning about mushrooms and different stuff. But I learned this from my botany professor in college. Community college, so don't think I'm too smart. But he said, you only ever trust somebody who's been picking mushrooms for like 30 years. Like, you can't read a book and go out and pick mushrooms and eat them. Because, like, even as, like, he was a botany professor, he was explaining how so many mushrooms are so, like, there's so many mushrooms that you can accidentally pick the wrong one and just end up dying, getting poisoned. That, like, you always, if somebody has been picking mushrooms for years, then you can kind of, like, trust that person's word because they haven't died yet, essentially, is what he said. But he goes, like, mushroom picking is not, like, something you can just go out and do, like, certain stuff you can, but, like, when it comes to trying to pick or look for the non-obvious mushroom species, I guess, like, what's the name? I see people picking them all the time around here. Morellos or something? People pick them out in the Pine Barrens out here on Long Island. There's another one. But, it's very interesting. He was like, I would never go and just pick mushrooms, even with degrees on botany. Things get weird, thought process expand. Interesting. Morels, thank you. The morel mushrooms. Yeah. We have a lot of like Polish communities out here, and you'll see like the Polish like grandmas out like picking mushrooms on the side of the roads out here on Long Island. I think it's morels is what they're getting here. It could be something else, but I know I used to do a lot of bow hunting as well. A lot of people that hunted also went like mushroom picking and stuff, but those ones are pretty easy to, or there's not too many like poisonous fakes out there, but for other mushrooms you got to be careful. My botany professor pretty much just scared the crap out of me into thinking that I could really never have a good grasp of mushrooms and eating random mushrooms I find. Unless I'm like trusting some old like Polish grandma or something. All right, let's start off with the easy ones. Those ones are this is the premium model out of the army. What do you think? Let's start off with the bozo squads. I know it doesn't look like much now, but let's even go like, what about a little random like yellow? All right, hear me out. We're just gonna go wacky and wild, okay? Try yellow on this one. Let that dry for a little bit. I mean, the other thing is you can kind of blend them. I actually like wet blending the speed paints. If you haven't tried that before, it works really well. Back to work. All right, Tiki. Thanks for hanging out, brother. Appreciate it. Have a great afternoon, dude. Whoa, Tiki. Hey, man, you didn't have to do that, dude. Thank you for the gift membership. Going out to Robert M. Appreciate it. Very, very kind to you. Too kind. Too kind, sir. You stopping by is more than enough, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna, like, randomly splotch some darker colors, I guess. Also, let me know. Don't want the mushroom to be too loud. I mean, the mushroom to be too loud. Now I got mushrooms on the brain, dude. I don't want the music to be too loud. Let me know. I just have a light in the background. I like listening to a little music while I stream, but I know probably some other people, maybe while they're hobbying, do, so I don't want it to be, like, too overbearing, but you guys let me know. Just randomly. You know what? Let's grab something else now and mix it. This is an experiment. I don't know necessarily how this is going to go, but we'll find out. The whole idea is I'm going to, like, cover a lot of this with grass and moss, and so I just want, like, kind of nasty, murky colors underneath, you know what I mean? Like fleshy, rotted, festered, natural, earthy tones. It's the idea, at least. Yo, what's going on, Rhombus? How's it going? This is an experiment. Again, I'd like to get better with, like, making my own minis and all that. So this is just all a good excuse to, like, slapping a bunch of crap together, throwing some random stuff, painting it, you know, and trying to get the vibe on what I'm trying to do for this game or modeling stuff. Love the new battle report. Poor Slammer Samuels. Poor Slammer Samuels. He looks so cool, man. You think he's like Drugoff, but then he doesn't do jack shit. What you don't hear is me going, bullshit! Because you know what I was going to do? I was going to drop the fireflies right on that Sasori Walker and blow it up. And then Rev's like, oh, but you got Slammer Samuels, dude. Have Slammer Samuels go do it. And I was like, all right, fine. I'll go have Slammers do it. And then he just died. And I'm like, bullshit! So I was like, you tricked me! I was just going to blow it up with the fireflies anyway. Played my games with me. Even Rev was like, man, look at Slammer Samuels. He looks so cool. Go blow up that thing with his Tesla gauntlet. Ron. I was like, God damn it. A little sneak peek, we played Commonwealth versus the Axis yesterday, which we did recently, but we switched up the list and everything, and it was a good game. I think everyone's going to enjoy it. Oh, I already have green on here. Let's mix it up. Try not to have everything end up brown, which kind of happens when you just smash all the colors together. So I'm trying to, like, have some splotchy areas. I guess less is more a lot of times with stuff like this. I fell for that freaking propaganda here, right? Poor Slammer Samuels. One day he'll do something cool on the channel. But for 158 points, you might need to go take a vacation for a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? He's going to have to start pulling his weight a little bit more around here. I'd probably just much rather take a jackal. Another, like, walker or something, you know what I mean? Or, like, some sort of vehicle. I was actually playing a little Streets of Rage last night. My little handheld device. I have a little Ambernick handheld. Nice little... I feel like doing some retro gaming. Yeah, I'm kind of just like, you see what I mean? Just like random sort of colors, but also kind of like a little nasty. But natural. I kind of want them to be like natural, yet like rotting human type. Fleshy. This murder scene color is nice for that. I think Drugo, or whatever his name is, overtuned, makes the other character seem so lame for the points. Absolutely. Yeah, that's by far the best unit in the game is Drugov. That's why we banned him. 100%. Until there's like, you know, I mean, Heinrich Gross might not be bad, right? But yeah, nobody's on Drugov's level. The fact that you get 2 bear bodyguards is just ridiculous. That's a guaranteed 2 activations with the best unit. Go get your Ursine Fury. The thing about Ursine Fury, if your opponent activates Ursine Fury, you cannot charge them for the rest of the turn, because it's literally like giving a bear unit a free charge, because they will kill. So if your opponent activates Ursine Fury, you need to shoot them at all costs or avoid them, and do not let them get a second charge off. But the problem is, it's so easy to get an active Rift Ice in this game that they're just going to have it every turn. So, but I've done it so many times where I'm like, okay, they charged, they killed something, now I'm going to charge them, and I keep forgetting that Ursine Fury till the end of the turn is just so strong that it just makes it to where it's like the bear gets free activations if you charge them. So you can't do that. But yeah, it's kind of hard to justify taking some of the heroes when you got Drugov. Yeah, I was hoping that Slammers could take a couple Paragons, for instance. You know what I mean? And I believe he's not even I mean, he just, dude, if we look at his stats, bro, it's just miserable. He doesn't have close comp. I mean, he doesn't get extra attacks or pen. It's all based off of his Tesla Gauntlet thing, which I've rolled a 2 every time, by the way. Like, every time. He's damage value 6. He's fast. All he is fast and heavy. That's it. He doesn't have any extra attacks or nothing. So he's literally just attack. He's got a heavy Tesla rifle. So that does have an assault profile with +1 pen. But you want to use his Tesla Gauntlet, where you roll for a D6. And that's till you only get that bonus for the 2 rounds of that combat. So if the ongoing combat keeps happening, you don't get that till the end of the turn, that bonus. If he's surging, he gains deadly 2, which means what? He gets 2 attacks. So yeah, it's which you can, if theoretically, if you can roll a surging dice and then have your other dice just be active and then use it, you can have 2 attacks with plus D6 pen. But it ends up just being crap every time. Like, him not having any AP and like extra attacks or anything like that. Kind of sucks. You know what I mean? He's sick though. You know? Like single-handedly taking out a German Tiger tank in Tunisia. Promoted to the rank of captain just prior to D-Day invasion. He was the first dude to ever survive the Paragon program, which made him like a superhuman essentially. But yeah, his stats suck. What he is, he's 3 guts and a luck. That's what he is, and a riff mastery. So you got to think of him as, this is what you're paying for right here. This stuff. That's what you're paying for right there. Which isn't bad. But it was better when you could go 3 times in one turn with the same unit. Now that they changed that and you can only go once, you know, you can only use their guts once. Technically you use guts multiple times for different units, but I believe. Or maybe not. But anyways. He's kind of disappointing, I agree. After using him multiple times. I want him to do good, but that's a lot of points. And then he just died. Like I would have been so much better with another squad of like Fireflies or something as opposed to him in that game. But that's okay. I mean, not every unit needs to be crazy, right? But I wouldn't mind him getting like maybe just an extra attack or something, or in melee or some sort of cool thing. Maybe just a couple Paragon bodyguards would honestly just help him out a little bit. Because every time I charge him into something, like the bears, a walker, I mean, pretty much anything with superior, with like a couple attacks and some pen, he just ends up dying. Morale school, whatever it may be, you know? So it's kind of hard to really use them effectively. Like, I don't know. We were like, oh, well, you're supposed to use all of his guts for 3 turns, and then you charge him into a tank. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's what Rev was saying. I'm like, that's not... What are we talking about here? The dude's going to be dead by the time that happens. You'll just walk over him with a walker or something, crush him. But that's all right. I mean, this game, we were talking about it yesterday. I do have my one grievance with Konflikt is that when it does feel like you're on the back, like when you're losing, it feels like you kind of can't come back a lot of times. But Reb pointed out, you know, this game is more casual and stuff like that. And of course, we understand it because we came from bolt action to this. But that is my one thing I've noticed after playing a fair amount of games is like when one of us is losing, it's like there's literally kind of like no hope unless it's like a very special mission that allows some sort of comeback. But it's more so to do with the scenarios, I would say, than it is like the overall balance of the game, because that comes down to your list building and how you play it, right? If I take all my dudes and just put them all in line and just start going, charge, go forward, they're going to die, right? For sure. But that's really like the only thing that at times I have noticed that I'm like, it's kind of like a feel bad when you're losing and you're just like, dude, there's no way I'm coming back. I guess that's kind of like every war game, but I felt like from some of the other games we played in the past that it's a little bit more like, oof. But to be honest with you, we play Konflikt because we like, you know, we're not playing it competitively, as you know, as you've seen our boards and how we set everything up. We're just playing for fun. But it's just something I've noticed, you know. What are we painting here? That's a great question. Some sort of freakazoid, handmade minis I made with green stuff and armatures, little metal armatures I made, and this is for Turnip28. So we got mushroom riders, and the whole idea is I'm painting them wacky colors, and then we're gonna glue grass tufts and moss We're going to take static grass and glue it on there. So we're kind of like, this is for Turnip28, by the way. It's a game I've been wanting to play for a long time, so. Because we have a good amount of conflict. I mean, I still have a ton of conflict stuff to paint. Knockdiggers, walkers, these are all prints. I got more tanks to paint. I got more guys. I'm working on little peacocks, Axis army. But we also kind of want to introduce some other games as extra videos here on the channel, separate from the conflict. So I'll actually show you real quick. Shout out to Rev. You guys want a little sneak peek? He went ahead and got something. We got two stuff here, actually, but check this out. We got the new bolt action campaign book for, I believe, like the Soviet or the Axis pushing into Soviet territory in World War II, into the Soviet Union, which will go at some point. We would like to do some of these bolt action campaign missions where there's like special scenarios and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. And he went ahead and bought a giant box for Blood and Plunder, which is by Flintlock Games, or Firelock Games. And it's a pirate naval 28mm historical war game. So you have like 12 pirates and a ship, and you can like attack like an island outpost and stuff like that. This game's really sick. The miniatures are cool, the arts and everything. So there's like a ton of cool stuff you can do with this. So it actually came with a giant pirate ship and pirates that he brought over. So I'm gonna have to build this pirate ship at some point. But it's like a big pirate ship and everything, as you can see. And there's a bunch of little dudes that we got to put together. So this is pretty cool too. We're looking forward to that. So we want to add some more games to the channel, not to take away from the conflict battle reports, but just as in addition sort of thing. You know? So Turnip28, of course, we can do we could do more one-page rules. But yeah, Turnip28, Blood and Plunder, bolt action. I think like Hail Caesar or something. Rev's looking at. He bought he got a bunch of like mystery boxes, and he got a bunch of random stuffs. So there's different what do you call it? There's different warlord stuff that he has as well. I hope, yeah, hopefully they'll look organic. That's what I went for, kind of like a nasty, weird, organic matter looking thing. I feel named characters should remain in narrative-only games and missions. Yeah, the whole idea is, like, we were like, okay, after, especially with Drugov, we were like, nobody's allowed to use a character unless somebody else has a character, because it kind of makes sense. That being said, I told Rev, I was like, should I not use slammers? He's like, no, use them, because I wanted to get a feel for what he was like, you know? But it's kind of weird, too, because there's not a character yet for the Brits or the Japanese as well. I think they're going to be coming out with them, but I don't mind them. I think they just need, I wouldn't mind if there was one for each and they were a little bit more balanced, but I'm totally fine with no like named characters being like super, you know, like how in Warhammer 40k, like every single army will have like this dude, and then, or they'll have like Dante, because I play Blood Angels. I'll have Dante, we'll have Lamartes, we'll have this, that. So I'm okay with it mostly just being like platoon commanders and this. You can name your own dudes. This is Sergeant Johnson, you know, or something. But I don't mind the heroes either. But I think it'd be cool if like everybody had just like one hero they could break out if they wanted to. I agree, though. It makes a little bit more narrative sense when there's, like, some sort of campaign or mission thing, or if there's two heroes and you're, like, thematically like, all right, Slammers is showing down against Drugov. Gotta get some more, like, browns and pallid bone. Kind of randomly splotch this on there and kind of mix it. Little wet blend. But yeah, essentially, what do you call it? Just try out some different games and stuff too, and what do you call it? Because it's nice. While we are not anywhere close to getting bored with Konflikt, because it's like a brand new freaking game for us, me and Rev, it is nice to have different options and stuff like that too, you know. So, and I wouldn't mind, like I said, we might want to try out some other Warlord games. Where obviously we've done some bolt action. I think bolt action's like the best video or the best game to make videos on here, because it's pretty much the same game as Konflikt, right? And a lot of people that play probably also play Konflikt, so I feel like that'll be the best received. But you know, I'm down to try new stuff. So I actually ran a Savage Worlds campaign with, oh, what was the name of the Savage Worlds supplement for their pirate stuff? I don't remember what it was called, but I ran a Savage Worlds is kind of like a D6-ish based kind of TTRPG, but kind of like very kind of fast-paced and not as in-depth rules as something like D&D, you know what I mean? So I ran a pirate campaign, and Rev was like a... Rev always picks the most wild characters in D&D and stuff like that, so he was like a 9-year-old girl that was a necromancer that ended up tricking this dude and took a galleon from this head pirate in the first day that they did their campaign, so I had to give them like a full pirate ship right off the bat, and Rev was like a small child in control of this whole pirate ship with like hundreds of people. But so we did like a months, like a half a year long or whatever campaign. So it kind of fits. It's a very he was saying the Blood and Plunder is kind of similar to how the ship mechanics worked in Savage Worlds for the pirate stuff. So it was reminiscent. So we've done pirate stuff before that we were interested in. So Blood and Plunder will be cool. But I'm most stoked about Turnip28. Mostly because if you've seen my battle reports, I like kind of doing like a narrative style where we come up with like some sort of story. It's not like, you know, super heavy on explaining all the mechanics a lot of times, and like, you know, sometimes I'll expedite dice rolls. It's more about like what's going on, like the story and the overall with the battle report or something. This very much so allows you to come up with wild stories and like fever dream scenarios. And I get some people every once in a while that complain about the voiceover stuff that I do in the videos. Well, this I'm gonna go wild with. Like, we could just do dumb stuff, which will make me happy. So, and not have to take it seriously at all. This is not a serious game. This is a very much so fun, whimsical, yet kind of bloody, gruesome game, which I like. Which I kind of like about Konflikt too, you know? Like, you know, some people, like, you know, it's very easy too. Like, Warhammer has a certain aesthetic, and you're like, yeah, dude, fuck yeah. Like, my Blood Angels, you know what I mean? Like, hell yeah. Like, I'm picturing them coming down, sanguinious. But when it comes to bolt action, you know, or Konflikt, like, we'll get goofy with it. We don't mind. Because bolt action, we talked about this, like, the way they look, they're kind of goofy in itself. So you don't have to take it, like, ultra seriously. So we kind of get wild with Konflikt at times. We're, like, adding, like, freaking dragons and, like, vampires and glowing runes and mythical beasts. But we can go super wild with we can go super wild with Turnip28. There's like a detachment or an army that you can pick to where you can your dudes will eat your own dudes like cannibals, but then they'll get a bonus for that round of like shooting or charging. So there's very interesting. The rule for this dude, Todd, is that every time you lose the combat and your guys flee, the other people lose. So it essentially swaps whatever happens when you guys shoot at each or fight. So like their rule is that if your enemy or whoever wins the combat actually loses, which is just imagine your army detachment is that every time you what do you call it? Every time you fail or like your squad gets wiped, the other squad actually ends up dying or something. How ridiculous that is. But they're terrible in many other ways, right? So you can obviously defeat them. But it's just hilarious that like your whole thing is like, haha, nope, you actually lose. I'm the winner. I just love that. All because of a frog. All because of a dude who licked a toad-shaped root and ended up becoming a toad. For his hubris. But yeah, that's the idea. We're just hanging out, doing some hobbying. I could have done some conflict painting and stuff, but I mean, we've done a lot. Do something different. I tried streaming the other day, if anyone was interested. I started the stream like 8 times. I couldn't figure out what's going on. My bitrate was tanked. I did internet tests. My internet seemed to be okay, so it might have been on Restream's end, or it might have been, I don't know what was going on. Maybe it was my internet, but tried streaming the other day during the early in the morning. It didn't work. How does the stream look right now? Is it alright? Unfortunately, I only stream in 720p because I'm multi-streaming with Restream. At some point, I gotta upgrade and probably pay, but that way I can stream in 1080p. But I've had issues with bitrate over the years, which is like how, you know, the quality of my stream due to how fast my internet is. So I was a little hesitant to be like, all right, let's commit to 1080p because I already have bitrate issues. But it seems like this Restream service that I use is so fantastic. We've gotten rid of like, we rarely drop frames nowadays. Back when I was streaming with just OBS using Twitch's servers, I would have so many frame drops that like we had a bit where every time I stream dropped, we would be cursing out Optimum for their internet quality because that's the local internet provider out here. So the whole chat would be like, "Screw you, Optimum," and then we'd be getting like you'd get an what do you call it? An Optimum ad. 480 is your max, really? Interesting. It should be 720 by 60, or 720 and 60 frames. It's auto 420, but yeah, my max is 720, so. Dude, every time, too, I do this, my freaking... I don't know why this happens, but... Always happens when I refresh my YouTube browser on this channel. My chat stops working there. I don't know why, though. It's annoying. Can I see the stream health? Yeah, the stream health's good. So it's just I'm limited at 720. Yeah, 480 is max. Interesting. That's weird that you're getting maxed out at 480. It should be 720, but it could be YouTube on there and just maxing my stream out or something. Unless you're watching on mobile or something. So it could be crisper is what I'm saying, but I'm using the free version of Restream, so. Yeah, it could be YouTube will limit your viewing options at times based on if you're watching mobile or if you're how good your connection is, or it could just be random too for certain areas. Who knows how the machine works behind the scene. Let's add some random yellows. So I think what we'll do is we'll paint these little guys. And I mean, screw it, we're gonna do it all, I guess. I was gonna say we can start testing some of the grasses and stuff, but this is just This is like the sort of army project where I'm doing it, and when it's done, it's done. Whatever happens, happens. This is an experiment. So hopefully it looks good, is all. You really gotta, it helps to like wet blend the speed paints. Once I found out you kind of wet blend them, it really just kind of made it look better. See what I mean? Like, is it a man? Is it a root vegetable? I don't know. Once we cover it in grass and crap, I think it's going to look kind of cool. Is the idea. Is it a man? Is it a root vegetable? I don't know. See, how many games give you that option to where you can say stuff like that? You know what I'm talking about? I wonder what happens if I go here and then click live. No, my chat's still... Luckily, I have chat on my OBS. But... Okay. This guy we will paint differently, because Todd is different. He is not a root vegetable. I'll paint this guy like a little frog man with a belly. See his little pop? There's his belly button right there. And his root vegetable hat. But he's going to be the centerpiece of this spectacular army you're looking at, so... He's going to have to be saved to last. Of course. Okay. So I got to paint these other guys. And try not to ruin the mushrooms. Because I do want to paint the mushrooms nice and red. I can always paint white paint over, I guess, or something. But I did, like... I always paint my minis black. To start. With black primer. And then I zenithal highlighted these with the airbrush. So even though it's mostly white... Even underneath, there is still some dark hue and shading to it, and that really kind of helps with the just giving you some like dark areas for the speed paint to kind of give you a more natural look. That's what I think. It's probably a freaking waste of time, but that's how I like doing it. All right. Oh, about to need, almost need a fresh cup of tea here. Mushroom riders. Okay, I'm gonna try and not get the mushroom all screwed up. It's gonna be hard because it's gonna run, you know? So I'm gonna try and not go super heavy near the legs and all that. I just love saying, mushroom riders, assemble. I don't know why. But it just makes me laugh. This little frog guy leading an army of like these weird freaks. Riding the things from Mom and Dad Save the Universe. I'm gonna have to paint like the face. And make it like look like those freak sewer alien creatures from that movie. These guys have special shoes. I'm gonna paint their shoes maybe like metal, like little metal. If you guys ever play Hatsword, that sort of like knight's shoes. I'll probably go for like black and then metallic on the helmets and then rust or something, I don't know. These guys are lucky. They got a real hand. They must be high up in the totem pole if they still have a hand left. Or maybe they just added a hand. They took someone else's hand and gave it to these guys. Jammed it into their root vegetable body. You can always touch up all the other stuff after. I'm not being too careful. I just don't want to completely cover the mushroom. So what's everyone doing? You guys working on stuff? You chilling, lurking, hanging? Anything cool happening? Any gaming going on? Any gaming coming up? sort of darker, nasty, rooted colors. Okay. Cool. Little mushroom riders. You got a game of AOS tonight? Ooh, nice. Skaven versus the Gits. My buddy bought the pack of, or bought the Combat Patrol, the Gits, but they're the ones, I think they have mushrooms, if I'm not wrong. Are they riding mushrooms? Wait a minute. Are they riding mushrooms? I think I know. I think I remember that. The Age of Sigmar Gloom Glitz, I think it is. They're called. Gloomspite Glitz Gits. No, I will not look at your cookies. Is there... They're not riding mushrooms, right? Oh, this dude's kind of standing on like a mushroom-looking thing. But they are heavily mushroom-inspired. I think he's got the... He's got these guys right here, I think, or something like that. The Combat Patrol of those guys with the hoods. Not that... I think the newer ones are these ones, the wolf ones, right? They have squig riders, okay. Yeah, I think he has... Yeah. He's got the older ones where they're like the spider ones. Oh yeah, so there's like mushrooms, but they're not riding mushrooms. Okay. But there is a lot of mushroom stuff going on with them. Very cool. Yeah, we were thinking about doing Combat Patrol because I have the one-page rules Lizardmen. And they're really sick. They honestly, I kind of like the look more than the GW Lizard guys in Age of Sigmar. So we were thinking about doing Combat Patrol because Rev does have... He bought the whole box with the Skaven and the Stormcast Eternals that came out. And they look sick. Like, he was painting the Skaven. They looked fantastic. So we're going to have to play it at some point because he spent all that money for himself to get all that. And I did paint my Lizard guys up for Age of Sigmar. So we were going to do a Combat Patrol at some point. Because we don't have the rules, we weren't necessarily going to get into Age of Sigmar, but the Combat Patrol seems like it's actually pretty balanced and pretty fun from what we've seen. So we might do it at some point. Screwing up my mushroom. I don't mind if they're slow, it's fine. If we can clean it up, I'll clean it up. How do you like Sigmar? Because we haven't given it a try yet. But I'm certain we will. We'll probably make a battle report out of it too. Because why not? But the Skaven looks sick. Rev was painting... You've seen Rev's painting. He was painting these Skaven. They look fantastic. So, just for that, I think we're going to have to make a battle report with them one day. Can't let them just go to waste. Never get played. Spearhead's fun. Those would be good videos. Yeah, I think that would be a good video, and it wouldn't take too long, and we could understand the game. Because I know the game is, like, it is different than Warhammer 40k, for instance. I've watched battle reports, and I'm like, what's going on? Like magic steps and spells and... But I have a Lizard dude. He has the Stormcast. He also has Skaven. Rev's been talking, though. He's like, Old World. Because I think Mordian's been getting to him. So... said, if you learn it, if you get 2 armies, I could always... I guess 3D print a bunch of dwarves. I like the look of Chaos Dwarves or something, but I don't know anything about Old World. Just based off what minis look cool, I think. But But so there's various games. There's other games we want to film here on the channel. I don't know how all of them will do, but they're not going to become like the main focus. It'll just be extra battle reports for the channel and extra content. Mainly Goblin Army. I mean, I've seen... It looks fun. Well, Old World looks like the sort of high fantasy game that we'd be into. I just don't know any of the rules and how it goes. I've watched Old World battle reports from Tabletop Tactics. I have, like, no idea what's going on half the time. I've gotten stripped down to more... But it's gotten stripped down to be more abstract competitive. Part of the reason I got into Quar and now K47 to get more on the simulation side of wargaming. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why we play. When we were playing 40K, we were playing it very competitively, but that's also kind of how the game's being played nowadays. And the way it's kind of, you don't have to, but it was very easy to be like, everyone's writing lists for competitions, and your list based off GT tournaments, and, you know, next thing you know, it's like the way the mission's set and rules are and all that. Heavily favors competitive play, and or whatever. Mushroom Riders. But that is one of the reasons why we play one-page rules, we play Konflikt, we play Bolt Action. Bolt Action appealed to us because we were getting so competitive with 40K. Rev was like going to competitions, and like I was like making Blood Angels lists with like freaking all jump assault intercessors and you know, Sanguinary Guard and this and that, and he's got like 3 Rogel Dorn tank commanders and Lehman Rusts, and it's like just like brutal. But Bolt Action, you know, everyone's like, Bolt Action's like super chill, and like it can be competitive if you want it to be, but even the way the game is made, it's not kind of made to be super competitive. So I'm like, let's try it. I was kind of turned off by the World War II stuff. I was like, I like my wargaming to be, you know, not real, essentially. But I do love World War II history and all that. That was, I mean, what, like, middle-aged dude doesn't love, like, World War II history and all that. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not technically middle-aged yet, but I feel old as shit, so might as well. Get some tunes going. Give me some tunes. Golden Axe. Shut up with your ass. Blah, 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 blah. I need more of that, like, magenta color. That's what I need. When you need some leopard print on your minis, hey, now we're talking. OPR is class. Hate 40K, too many rules for my aging brain. Konflikt Bolt Action is just the right crunch for enjoyability. It is. That's the one. So, like, we started with one-page rules, and we're like, wow, this is sick. And then we're like, okay. All right, now we get it. Like, this is the game. You play in like an hour or two. You can set up some things or whatever, but it's pretty much, you know, this is how you play the game. It's not, there's not so much depth to it, which is perfect because that one-page rules fills that role of wargaming that you don't need. It's one page, the rules, you know? It's like it's on one page. You don't need a lot of stuff. Warhammer 40K ends up like, I need apps, I need to know, there's like 5 different documents, and then they changed my, and then this and that, and it's like, holy, and I need like so many units and models, and like, oh my god. Konflikt or Bolt Action, I think, is a good mix. I will say though, like we're still, I'd say it's like kind of just as much crunch as Warhammer when it comes to rules. I would say, if not, I'd say there's maybe almost more rules you got to know than Warhammer. But the thing that Warhammer that sucks is there's so much stuff you got to know for datas, sheets, and abilities. That's where it gets super overwhelming. Rev's been playing his guard army since like the start of 10th edition. He still forgets half the time that he gets rerolls here and rerolls there and this and that. And you end up spending so much time waiting for people to, like, if they don't completely know what every single unit does, it ends up being like a slog of like, all right, well, do I get this? Let me check this. Let me check that. Let me do this. I think though Conflict almost has like more rules we got to remember, because we're still always like, oh wait, yeah, you get +1 pen at this distance, but not that, and then it's mine, and you negate it from this. So there's like definitely, let's say, almost like an equal amount of rules you got to know, if not more, but it's a little bit easier to wrap your head around as opposed to 40K, which can get like, you know, if I haven't played 40K in a while, it's like I constantly have to look up what all my abilities and stuff do for my units, because otherwise I'm putting myself at such a disadvantage. I'm like, oh yeah, I could have re-rolled all of the hits there, which literally would have changed everything about the game. But oops, I forgot. My bad. Yeah, bolt action has more rules for cool things. I think it's a good way of explaining it, because it's more rules, but for interesting interactions in game. You're totally right. It's not like rules for the sake of rules, I guess you could say. But it definitely has, I'd say, more rule crunch than Warhammer does, where Warhammer has that overall just so much you gotta like kind of wrap your head around when it comes to comprehending how the game works. It's less about like, okay, you can move 6 inches or you could charge, you could do that. It's more so like the understanding 40K in general. But I love one-page rules for like teaching people, right? You know, where I have friends that aren't into this, they don't have, they have some minis they've bought, or they might even have thousands of dollars of Warhammer minis, but it's all unpainted or whatever, right? Or they're just getting into it, and they're not super deep into it. So we'll play one-page rules because it's very easy for them to understand. It's like, okay, you roll a dice, you did, okay, cool. Nope, he's dead. All right, instead of like 30 different things. So, well, actually, if you wah, then you'll get this, and then you'll get that, but you got to do this. Like I want. Because we've tried to teach like some of our friends, like, all right, you want to play 40K, cool, and we like throw them into the deep end, and it's like, ooh. So if we ever have a friend, I'll usually like, I would play with one of them on their team, my buddy would play on the other, and we'd be like trying to teach them and stuff. But one-page rules, they could just like literally play themselves. They were like, oh yeah, I get it. That makes sense. Big old jet flying over, sounds like. Warhammer, move, shoot, bolt action, move, shoot, jump, hit the deck, call in airstrikes, mortars, yeah. And I'm not hating on Warhammer. I love 40K. I think it's a great game. Because we never played all the old editions and all that. We got into it with 10th edition. I think if you want that sort of competitive game, I mean, it's there. It's probably one of the better war games out there for competitive play and all that, right? If you want that sort of wargaming experience, I think it's kind of hard to beat. You can complain all you want, but it's not a bad game, obviously. I love complaining about GW all the time, but it is a very one-dimensional game, I think, Warhammer 40K. It is a little bit more one-dimensional. Hey, look, me and Rev, we're trying to do our part here in spreading the good word of Konflikt 48 to the rest of the world. So, our whole thing is, what do you call it? Let's go Alter Beast. Our whole thing is trying to, with these battle reports, is trying to get people interested, and maybe they've seen it for the first time, whatever, maybe they're on the fence, and just get eyes on Konflikt is the idea, and show them, and that's the whole idea too. We're not just like, okay, well, I'm gonna move, I'm gonna shoot, I'm gonna do this. It's like, in 1947, deep in Dresden, there's a bunch of monkeys that are controlling mechs fighting the Germans. You're like, what? What the hell's going on? Which Wait till you see what Rev is doing with his British Commonwealth army, okay? There's a reason why we have a George emote on the channel. But wait till you see. Rev took George and he went, he's like, oh, the people like the monkeys. I see. But give them even more monkeys. Give them what they want. You'll see the game we recorded yesterday. Jesus Christ! The monkeys are here! And, like, that's not an official thing. We just were like, nope, we're doing it. And nobody's gonna complain. Like, are you using monkeys as bulldogs in the Commonwealth? It's a freaking weird War II game. People are gonna be like, that's badass. Sir, a monkey has hijacked the Wotan. Well, the whole idea is that the Merlin walker that Rev's been using is actually, there's a monkey in there. There's like 4 monkeys. And all the robots, they're not actually robots. The person who sold the robots to the Commonwealth lied. It's a bunch of monkeys in a robot suit. So it's like kobolds in a trench coat, but it's a bunch of monkeys in like in the metallic robot suit. They're like, man, these robots are really weird. Like, they don't shoot very good. They keep blowing up. Yeah, it's because it's a bunch of monkeys inside of there trying to work and configure the, the controls. Because Rev kept missing. He was, like, not getting any penalties to moving and shooting, but he kept missing, like, every turn. I'm like, dude, it's because there's monkeys in there. That's why. There's a bunch of freaking macaws. Or whatever, you know? Meanwhile, like, some dude sold the British Empire a bunch of, like, monkey robots. Yes, these are perfectly working robots. What do you mean? You hear, like, indistinct monkey noises coming from inside. Like, what? And yeah, that's another reason why I don't want to, like, shit on 40K, but the lore in 40K is so well written and established that you kind of can't do stuff like that, right? Well, you can. But it's like, you know, the Grots maybe joining the Guard or something is one thing. You see cool armies. But when it comes to, like, conflict, because the lore is so, like, abstract, yep. Rev has monkeys, like, controlling his British army, essentially. One monkey has taken over. The robots are... yeah, why... Wait, so what do we need to maintain these war autonomous fighting machines you've created? Well, you're going to need to make sure you pour some water in there in their little cooling tube every once in a while. And you need to give them a healthy, steady supply of bananas they run off of. It's a new energy source. No diesel. No batteries needed, but just about 15 pounds of bananas a day to keep them going. Maybe it's some sort of sugar-based energy conversion system via the rift. And they will... it's like monkey shit's like falling out of it. Ah, yes, that's the waste deposits. Must get rid of the excess banana somehow. He's like, some dude, some scam artist has just tricked the entire British Commonwealth into ordering a bunch of monkeys as robots. Ah, yes, this will turn the tide of the war, sir. With our autonomous fighting force, we will never lose. Meanwhile, they're all just exploding like the hunter drones. And we've spent $10 million on bananas, flying in bananas from overseas. These things better be worth it. So that's just like some of the fun that you can have with conflict, I guess. And you know, it's like, well, you know, well, oh, how are you gonna have the monkeys or whatever? Dude, the rift. If anyone ever says anything about anything in my videos, I say the rift. That's why the Commonwealth invades South America. They need a steady supply of monkeys. And not any monkeys. You need the right monkeys to run and operate a war machine, is what it is, essentially. It's like being in a goddamn 40K... It's like a knight. They're like monkey knights. You know what I mean? They're like strapped in there. It's like they're in a dreadnought or something. You need the right sort of monkey with the right, not only physical strength, but also mental prowess to be able to navigate the battlefield. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that's the next video. That's coming out on, There's actual monkeys, though, this time. Not hiding. They've rebelled. They've come out of the suits. Looking to take over the world. It's like Planet of the Apes in Konflikt, essentially. I've been trying to go, like, more infantry lists with Konflikt, too. Having a bunch of, like, regular dudes. The more I do that, the more I realize regular dudes suck in Konflikt. It's, like, nice to have maybe one group with, like, ATRDs or something, or, like, some sort of launchers. But yeah, who would have thought in a world with vampire flying dudes, and Shrekwolfen, and Ursus infantry, and power armor wearing freaks, that, like, regular dudes end up just getting obliterated when a walker charges through them. Once we found out that you can walk a walker through enemy units, get melee attacks, and still get to shoot afterwards, I said, oh boy. That changes the game entirely. Monkeys with Machine was a cool comic. I've never heard of it. Sounds fantastic, though. It sounds perfect. You know all the bananas are... You know that how all bananas are barely radioactive? Mm-hmm. That's been the rift the whole time? Yeah. The bananas... Well, the rift is just... It's like maybe bananas act as a dimensional portal to the rift. And really bananas are like... A little bit of rift is like seeping out of the bananas. That's where you get that radiation. But maybe bananas are actually a tie to the rift. Like, you can utilize bananas to channel the power of the rift in your mind. And that's why monkeys have, like, evolved so quickly after the rift. These hyper monkeys in the Amazon. We must weaponize these primates. Put them in mechanical suits and tell the world we have a robot army. Little do they know, though, it's a bunch of monkeys. Bunch of rabid monkeys living off bananas and nuts. God, those robots are weird. I don't know if that's what Rev... I think I came up with that narrative. I think Rev's narrative was like something... I forgot what it was. Like, George was like doing something. But I think in my mind, I'm like, no. Every time something goes wrong for the British Commonwealth, we could just blame it on that it's actually monkeys. They're not even... You know, this is what happens when you don't have human beings working multi-million-dollar war machines. But it's not like... The British Commonwealth isn't doing this on purpose. It's like the guy, it's Williamson, who like screwed up a bunch of stuff, so he had to go secretly train a bunch of monkeys to cover his ass. And now he's been like, you know what happens when you lie and you just end up in this deep, the lie keeps spiraling out of control. He's convinced everybody he's got like robots. His robot battalion is up and operational and this and that, and the mechs are all good, but it's all just monkeys. That's kind of in my mind what's going on. And no matter what Rev wants, I think I can just come up with a canon because I'm the one who narrates all the videos. So I'll just, you know, even if Rev wants me to say it's something else, I'll just end up just being like, and then the monkeys took over. You know, fooling around. Little monkey business, never hurt anybody. Little monkey business never hurt anybody. It's like, sir, the monkeys are quite literally hurting us right now. Nonsense, Williamson. What are you talking about? I was thinking, though, like, before I premiered a little peacock, I found a sick ski mask head for an STL that I'm going to use. And we're looking for, like, some cool custom bodies to simulate little peacock, and then I could put the ski mask head on there. But I will need to, like, make a video explaining what the hell... Ah! Okay, good. Didn't fall all the way. I'll have to make a video explaining for everyone what the hell Little Peacock is, because if you didn't watch the live stream and you weren't, or whatever, you wouldn't know what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm going to have, like, a custom miniature, and it's going to be Nachtballen, Nachtjägers, Schreckwolfen, but there's going to be, like, feathers on the Nachtjägers. I want to put feathers on them because their emu genetics are involved. I'm even thinking about having real emus with guns be his bodyguards as Heinrich Gross. Use him as Heinrich Gross. So I'm going to need to explain what the hell's going on. Why the hell's there emus with guns? And you know what I mean? Play a monkey sound whenever the Commonwealth food bars. That's a good idea. A secret rift banana plantation was my headcanon for my Axis, guys. Well, there you go. Look, nobody can ever tell you that's not plausible in Conflict. All you gotta say is the rift. Okay? Tell them, Mike Rolls Dice told you, I'm declaring the rift. When somebody's like, nope, that's ridiculous. You can't have a dinosaur with rocket launchers on it in your army. Say, well, Mike Rolls Dice said I can just call the rift. All right? It's like enacting shenanigans at a carnival. You go, rift! I call the rift! It's like that. You just declare the rift did it. And you're good. Never need to worry ever again. Alright, we gotta paint these mushrooms. Bright red? Yeah. Slaughter red? Sure. Oh, man. I don't remember where any of these went, so I'm just gonna... Alright, alright. I'll put them back. Alright. I think somewhat in the right spot. Bone. Whoa. Brown, bone. It's red, slaughter red, murder scene. We need that one there. Okay. I mean, why wouldn't there be emus with guns? Hello, the Great Emu War. Obviously, in the alternate universe of Konflikt 47, it wasn't a bunch of Australian or British troops, because was Australia a colony at the time? Or was when the Emu Wars happened? I forgot. But, hey, Jim, what's going on? How you doing? But the Emu Wars in the Konflikt universe wasn't that... they tried killing all the emus because it was easier to... They thought they could bring machine guns and shoot the emus. What ended up happening... And then they gave up because there's just so many emus and you can't kill them all with machine guns, so they lost the Emu War. That's like what happened in our universe, right? I forget if it was the Australian government and military or if it was the British. I don't remember when this happened, but the Emu Wars. But in the Konflikt universe, the emus started evolving. Perhaps they started eating bananas. Someone imported bananas. And the banana plantations in Australia got raided by the emus. And they started getting ever smarter. And next thing you know, they learned how to pick up guns and use them. But they don't have arms. I don't know, maybe they grew the arms. Maybe I'm gonna put arms. I'll just take the I'll take the extra German arms with machine guns from my bolt action kit and just glue them on the emus. Yeah, you don't think I have emus? What, you don't think I have emus? I got a whole bag of emus. A whole bag. All you gotta do is take a bolt action arm, put a like a fist on one side and a freaking an STG 44 on the other. Next thing you know, you got yourself Heinrich Gross's emu bodyguards. You know what I'm talking about? Or we were thinking we could put dudes on there and have emu riders with machine guns. That could be cool. But I kind of like the idea that the emus have guns. You know? Listening on your way to your conflict game? Ooh, very nice. Good luck, sir. I wish you the best of luck. And if you're driving, then, you know, keep your eyes on the road. No typing. But if you aren't, you can let us know what you're playing. But I wish you... May your rift dice... May you roll all surges on your rift dice, good sir. You could do a previously on at the start of the video. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking to be like... I would do it like how I would have like a backdrop with the laboratory with like a PNG, and then I could have some little German minis or from Bolt Action, and like, oh yes, we should open up the Rift reactor, and it's like whoosh, and next thing you know, like little Peacock shows up, and they're like, oh my god, you know, and they're like, who is this demigod with emu eggs or something, you know? And then it like explains like just a quick, I'll show like cuts from the music video and like some of the music or whatever, and then just talking about how like he's rising to power in the New Republic, in that area of the Axis. You know, he's like kind of gaining traction in the occult world. So now he has an army of Nachtjägers and Totencore, and I'm thinking for the Nachtjägers, because if you guys don't know, I take hooks and I put material on it. And this is called fly tying. This is what I do for a living. I have my YouTube channel, Li Flies Mike, that I make videos on, but I also tie these for fly fishing captains, guides, businesses, stuff like that. So I have a ton of feathers and a ton of micro feathers and stuff. So I could take feathers and actually glue like fluff and like feather marabou to the miniatures. And the whole idea is these guys are flying not because they're like Batmen, but because they're like emu men. Right? Or maybe there's emu genetics mixed in with the bats to give them better flight capabilities or something. So, Little Peacock's going to be like my occult Axis army. And the Green Hand with Colonel von Liechtenstein is going to be my more traditional shooting with Rift and stuff like that. But like, you know, Little Peacock's army is going to be like all like the weird occult stuff. Running 2 8-man Firefly squads with a flamethrower. I love it. Firefly Commander with 2 guys ATRDs. Love it. 6-man Paragon squad with a flamethrower. I like that. I haven't done 6-mans. I've only done 3s, but that's great. A Mud Skipper with bazookas and a Grizzly and a Jackal. Yeah, that sounds like a great list. That sounds perfect. That sounds right up my alley, honestly, for the sort of stuff that I like to play. So, very nice. I like it. I like it. Let's get a little Diablo OST. Tristam. Very nice. Yeah, that's kind of, I like how I like having the Fireflies, the Paragons. The Paragons are amazing for the guts, and the Walkers are just sick. You know, it's like, that's kind of what you want to rock when you're playing US. You want your elite infantry and you want your walkers. That's like where you... Because the jump is so good as well. And I didn't appreciate jump until recently. I've been trying to use it. But... Alright. What do we got going on here? We've got a bunch of funky, weird colors. Kind of muted radish. And maybe some Brussels sprouts going on. You know what I mean? We got some weird vegetable colors going on, which is what we want. And I'm going to paint the mushrooms. We can, I guess, paint the guns and the armor and everything. Or the, like, the weapons. And then we're going to get real wild. Okay? We're going to take a small amount of this stuff. We're going to just start gluing this stuff to the minis. We're going to take some of this stuff, railway moss. We're going to glue this stuff to the minis. I have grass tufts we're going to be putting on the minis as well. And then also, which I don't even know how this is going to work. It's going to make a mess, but it might be cool. At least we could do the bases with it. I have my static grass applicator. And static grass, we can glue. We can essentially apply glue to random areas on the miniature. So we still can see the cool paint job and random splotches. and then we can apply static grass. So there's like static grass on the miniature. That's the idea, because this is Turnip28. Turnip28's all about root vegetables and funky stuff like that. So I think it should work pretty well. 'Tis the idea, at least. So I'll show you guys too. Look, shout out Revs has his bamboo A1 printer going crazy. We got the Bruin and we got the Kodiak, I believe this is, right? Yeah. The AT gun and whatnot. So, got a couple new walkers, and we got the knocked Jaegers, we have emus, we got all sorts of stuff. So, that being said, I need another cup of tea. Potentially, is it time? It might be time to crack open a little black cherry White Claw. I think it might just be time. We got to paint the mushrooms, and we need to paint the weapons and guns, and then we're going to start gluing random crap to it. And yeah, once I have this and this guy painted, and we need 2 characters I'll have to do at some point. But I'll have an entire Turnip28 army to start off, and then I can 3D print some more Napoleonic era dudes. I got to get some green stuff. I can put some like funky, do these sort of helmets with the beaks on these little Napoleon dudes, and just cover them with grass tufts and stuff, and paint them a grimdark looking color, kind of rusty browns and stuff. And yeah, we have a Turnip28 army, 2 Turnip28 armies, ready for some fun narrative battle reports on the channel. So, all right, so we'll take a quick little break, chat, and I'm just gonna leave. I'll play a little. What do you call it? I'll turn. Yeah, we'll leave Tristan going, and what do you call it? I'll be back in just a moment. Give me like 2-3 minutes. Now's a good time. You've been hanging out, hopping for a while or whatever. Stretch your legs a little bit. I got a really bad back, so I'm only 35. You'd think I'm like 7 years old with how my back is, because I've had like minor scoliosis, and I forgot the other name, but my spine's like curves in multiple ways. So I've had back issues for years, ever since I was like freaking in middle school. Like, I used to throw my back out in middle school. It was terrible. But what do you call it? So I always like to stand up and stretch, at least for a couple minutes and stuff, every hour and a half. So I'm just gonna do that real quick, grab a drink, and what do you call it? We'll do some more hobbying when I get back. I probably have a lot of spare Austrian heads, maybe French. For what in particular? For the for Konflikt, or for the turnip stuff? But all right, chat. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Appreciate everyone hanging out too. I'm gonna put a little B right back up, and what do you call it? We'll be back in just a moment. I can't spoil you guys with that music video too much, because then what do you call it? It'll become a cult thing. We can't have Little Peacock taking over. All right. All right. I'll be back in a moment, chat. Napoleonics. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, I'm back. For the turnip army. Oh, I appreciate it, dude. But, what do you call it? If I need something, I'll reach out. I think I'm gonna try and, like, try my hand at modeling those beaky heads on them, you know what I mean? Because luckily the prints are all like one piece for these dudes. So I just need to print. I have probably another set of cavalry or maybe some more like infantry dudes. Okay, we gotta paint the mushrooms. But that being said, we may even do like a Napoleonic era game in the future or something. I do like the look of Sharps. Sharps looks pretty cool. Or Sharp. I never watched the show. I know that's like a famous TV show because I watched Peachy Games cover it before and play it. He's got a cool channel. But I was watching Tabletop Command Post video of them playing it. All right. Now this is the one thing with the speed paints. They clog, and I almost did it to where it's going to come, like, I'm going to have way too much paint come out. So I got to pop this little, because I've done this so many times with the speed paint. And, like, half the bottle comes out. I'm like, no! No! Which, you guys want to know a little secret? You want to know a little secret? I gotta whisper it, though, just in case Jeff Bezos is listening. Rev got 2 speed paint kits in the mail from Amazon. He only ordered 1. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the speed paint kit. Because I wouldn't have... These kits are so much money. It's ridiculous how expensive paint is nowadays. Alright, let's look up the Amanita. But yeah, so that was like a godsend. Amanita muscaria. Muscaria. Ooh, I'm telling. Somebody get him! Get his ass! Get him! We got a snitch. Mole dropper. I knew it. Alright, so it looks like it's mostly white for the base. So we can go with like a grayish and then dry brush on the base area. But look, we're just going to go red with some white dots. I can do white dots with regular paint, I think, afterwards. I knew it. Unbelievable. Okay. Amanita muscaria. The fabled mushrooms. It must have gotten into the banana patch. I love how bananas are like causing chaos in the Rift world. It must be the banana patch. Nice and easy speed paint. Might take a couple coats, honestly, but this bright red works pretty good. Actually gotta think about what the next fly time video I'm gonna record is. We'll go for like a cream, maybe like a cream color. I can mix up like a cream color for the base area. I think is what I'll do. Well, that guy fell off, so that one's easy. This one will be a little trickier. But we have to paint everything before I start gluing grass and crap everywhere, so. Once we get everything painted, we can start ruining the paint job by gluing stuff everywhere. Except for the mushroom. The mushroom, I think, will be just the mushroom. the idea is I do want to maybe paint a face or something. I guess it would have been so much easier to actually have 3D texturing by modeling it, but I ran out of green stuff. I have some Milliput, but it's like Milliput you get from a craft store, so it's not the fine Milliput that we use for miniature modeling. And I tried using some Milliput. I've seen people mix green stuff with Milliput before to make the Milliput stronger, and I tried that, and it did not work with this Milliput for some reason, but... So I was going to take Milliput, which is like a epoxy clay type thing, or putty, and I was gonna like put some faces on the mushrooms, but I got lazy and said I'm painting it, and we're gonna do a painting stream today. That red's coming out nice and vibrant though. Still might need 2 coats, but the mushroom riders will be ready to ride. Mushroom riders. Ho! Yeah, I don't even know if people are gonna watch the Turnip28 battle reports that we end up making, but this is for me. I want to make Turnip28 battle reports, so if people end up liking it, then cool. The Turnip28 community is really cool too, so. So we get a flocking stream. Always love that term, but actually doing it is cool. Yeah, we will do some flocking. We are gonna take artificial grass and use using static electricity, apply this grass in random areas on the miniature to make it look like they're half humanoid, half plant creature. An army of root vegetable men, in a world of worshipping turnips. Flock, yeah, there you go. Flock, yeah, baby. Little extra red on this dude. I'm gonna get it off, but it's fine. Doesn't need to be perfect. Flock, yeah. About to apply some grass myself. Hey, there you go. Are you talking about on your lawn, or you hitting the hookah lounge, or you building a train set in your basement? What are we talking? You breaking out the Malorganite for your lawn? Is that what you're doing? Hopefully no Scott's Lawn Care. Gotta get that Malorganite. My buddy loves like doing lawn stuff. He's like, no, you gotta use Malorganite, bro. I'm like, Malorganite? What the hell are you talking about? You just put a curse on me? Gotta get that Malorganite. Fueled by the rift. Tactical cabbage for the lawn. There you go. Perfect. Now we're talking. Mushroom riders. Todd approaches the battlefield. The sound of his mushroom riders following close behind. It's like I picture them being like covered in slime, like leaving like snail trails. Mushroom riders. Spore attack. Yeah, we got this. We got bolt. We're definitely gonna be filming some like probably the first game that's gonna be getting some battle reports on the channel. Other than, I mean, we've already done some, but other than Conflict, because we've kind of just. I'm like thinking of like the start of this channel essentially from when we started doing Conflict. Everything else was kind of like for fun. But we're gonna be doing some bolt action, so that'll be up first. We'll film some we'll film our Conflict game for the week, and then if we feel like, because we've been wanting to get some extra games in, do some bolt action or something. But I would like to get this turnip when I have some extra time in the background, you know, where I don't have any Conflict stuff that has to be done before the next game or something. I'm going to be working on stuff for other games as well. We'll do that pirate ship on stream. We'll build that on stream one of these days. But I think I'll get this turnip stuff done, and then I can focus on like Blood and Plunder or whatever other games. That being said, in the meantime, I still have so much Conflict stuff that I'm going to be constantly adding stuff for new battle reports, so it'll all be in between. Mushroom Riders. I'm gonna give it a second coat. I want it nice and vibrant. Amanitas. All right. I gotta let those dry, then I can do the white dots and everything, right? I guess let's go for the bases. I kind of want to do like a cream color. So maybe I take gray, like or essentially white, and I mix like a little brown with it. I'm thinking. I'm not going to use speed. Or I could use pallid bone. I mean, it's mostly white, but I don't want it to just be white primer, because the white primer just kind of looks like eh. So I wouldn't mind it if it's like a little like bone-ish, bone-colored, if you will, or something. Let me try a watered-down pallid bone. Where did I? Here we go. That is a good reason why to keep them in the same spot, because I kind of knew where it was supposed to be. There is some rhyme to the reason. Who would have thought being organized? Actually beneficial. Like a watered down pallid bone. Or even just the pallid bone itself is not very dominant, so I think it'll work. I just don't want it to be just primer, you know what I mean? Is all. Add a little bit of color to it. That works. Just something. I wish there was more texture in the frills, you know, or the gills of the mushroom, whatever, the frills, or I don't know what the hell the technical term on the ridges on the underneath of the mushroom are, but kind of wish I had some texture built in there for it. I could always paint it, but I mean, you can't almost even really see it, but I guess underneath I could paint little lines, you know what I mean, like that, if I wanted to, theoretically. Give me that pallid bone. could always dry brush it, even though there's not really any texture to it. I could dry brush it white on top of the bone. That might be nice. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't determined yet the appropriate course of action for myself. My YouTube chat stuff is still buggered. I just can't refresh my dashboard when I stream with Mike Rolls Dice on YouTube for some reason. Luckily, I still have chat on my OBS, but... Can't see my alerts, nothing. Alright, so we'll do this. Next, we gotta paint the armor and the weapons. And then we can really start having fun with all the wacky, wild, random crap. And we're going through this pallet of bone pretty quick. I'm trying to think, though. I don't know if I've ever seen, like, army, like, miniature wargaming stuff with people riding mushrooms. I'm sure people have done it with STLs, but I'm digging the look of them. Yeah, I'm really betting on this adding grass stuff to finalize the look of the army, because if it doesn't drastically change the look, it's going to look like crap. These handmade minis I did, they're not very detailed or in-depth. So I'm really banking on this. Gluing random crap on it is going to do something super here. So I guess we'll have to see how this turns out. I also don't know, like, do we use... Oh, that's the other thing I didn't think about. Normally I use, like, either Eileen's tacky glue, or I'll use either just PVA glue for this grass. So what do I do to make it durable? I'm not certain. Yo, Fearmonger, what's going on? Should be a nice battle buff to ride a shroom into battle. Be all stoned AF. Well, these mushrooms, they definitely help warp your perspective in your mind, so they might give you some sort of battle stimulant, the amanitas. Maybe the mushroom riders become one with the mushroom. Like a symbiotic host. These guys are the host of the mushroom. The mushroom is the true being. The true evolved creature. Wood for the staffs, weapon, metal heads. Okay. Let's keep it simple. Grim black. Or is it Desolation brown, right? Or was that? Darkwood? I like darkwood. But somebody was mentioning the amanitas. I think it was Squig Herder. If you process them or something, you can experience some euphoria or something. It's not like a magic mushroom trip, but... So we'll go wood here, and then we'll go metal for the metal parts. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? That's the nice thing about speed paints, dude. You could literally paint like an entire army in an afternoon. It's pretty nuts. Mushroom riders! Ho! Okay, my chair is like rolling away from the table on me. What's going on, Fearmonger? What are you up to? Got my big order for roosterfish flies. I'm about ready to start working on a ton of roosterfish flies for these guys going down to Baja. I'm going to be doing that off stream every day for the next certain amount of months. God, what a freaking soundtrack, dude. I mean, this is one song from Diablo, but there's the aquatic ambiance in Donkey Kong Country. These are the sort of songs you can listen to on loop, and they're just so good. Just like bangers, classics. More dark wood. Yeah. That being said, after stream tonight, I gotta start editing the next battle report for Mike Rolls Dice. I need to... Oh, that's metal right there. That's alright. Paint over it. Need to start thinking about what's the next fly tying video I gotta film for LI Flies, Mike. YouTube. Pretty much my life nowadays, but I'm not complaining. I love it. I'm having a blast making videos, so. Did some order of flies for a guide recently as well. All that, staying busy, but really most of the day nowadays is YouTube editing for either channel. Okay. That doesn't matter because we're covering Grim Black. Just want to clean it up a little bit so it's not super brown. Okay. We're going. Turnip28. This is the exact sort of hobby stuff that I love doing. Spending a ton of time when I could be super productive doing other stuff, but instead hand making a random janky looking army for a game that we haven't played yet. This is right up my hobby alley. This is the sort of stuff I love doing hobby wise. Instead of like having to like paint something for a game coming up, which I still enjoy. I love painting all my conflict menus and all that. But this is like where I just let my creativity just kind of like, all right, let's see what sort of disaster I can come up with today. And run with it. And now we have Mushroom Riders. Obviously, the logical next step is have Mushroom Riders. Again, I don't kind of, I'm trying to keep the colors a little separate, but I don't care if it blends a little bit, Maybe the handle of this thing fused into the Mushroom Man's hand. Of course. As you do with mushroom people. Okay. Let's do some black for the metallics. Oh, too much. That's alright. We can also do the helmets, I think, in black. Using Grim Black speed paint here, by the way. This is my... I don't necessarily always love using this black speed paint for like the metals and stuff, but for something like this, I think it works great. I think we'll do the little armor on his hands, and then I can also do the helmets. I think are going to be black, and then I can always like dry brush silver or something. "'Tis the idea, my lord. Would you like another turnip, my lord? We go down to the holy turnip garden to fetch you another turnip, my lord." I'll paint their shoes black too, because I'm gonna like do a metallic dry brush on the black areas. This is where I gotta be careful. I don't want to screw up my beautiful mushroom. The mushroom is the holiest of them all. Not the rider. The rider serves the mushroom. Okay. Whew. Mushroom riders! Ho! I'm just gonna keep saying that the whole time. Yo, Bolter Thrower, what's going on? How's it going? How you doing? We're painting up some handmade minis we made for Turnip28. And they're jank. And they're ugly. But I love them. We're just getting them ready for the true evolution of gluing a bunch of random crap and flocking onto it to make it look like a plant humanoid hybrid thing wielding a weapon. Thank God I actually printed those heads though and stuff, because if I didn't put those heads on there, I don't know, these would really be lacking any personality. A bunch of green stuff smashed on armature. I think next battle report we're doing for Konflikt too, we're going to have Roberta Wells finally show up. And I think Rev's going to debut his American Army. So he's got a whole U.S. Army with a sick-ass paint job. Let's just say it's extremely bright and vibrant. So it's something way different than we've had on the channel. Paint job-wise for a Konflikt Army, so it looks sick. Okay. Tonight I'm going to assemble a new kill team to get back into the game. Oh, very nice. The Space Wolves Hunter Cadre. Oh, sick. Hell yeah. I bought the, I have the kill team, the Space Marine Scout kill team box, and I use that for my, my Space Marine Scouts. And the kill team products are always great. They have a ton of, like, a ton of little extra bits you can use for other projects as well. But I like those kill team minis. They're nice quality and everything too. I haven't played Kill Team before though. It's like a completely different game than 40K. Seems like I'm more of a one-page rules dude, but I do like me a good skirmish game. Nothing like playing a war game in like an hour, hour and a half, you know what I mean? Instead of 4.5 hours of 40K. Paint these up. But very cool, dude. Hell yeah. You got some nice hobbying stuff to do. Keep you busy. We're working on our Turnip28 army, and we handmade all these minis. And we glued them to some mushrooms, and now we have mushroom riders. I've got a whole bunch of whole box of bits from Space Marines and even some new scouts. There you go, very nice. So you can mix and match, pimp them out however you like. You can also I magnetized a bunch of weapon options from that Kill Team Space Marine scout box, so that way I could swap my Space Marine scouts from what's it called? From shotguns to pistols and combat blades or whatever it is, or whatever, vice versa. So I even made sure to magnetize like those, because they ended up working at, they came with so many options and stuff in the kits. I was like, ooh, I want that. But now every time I play with those Space Marine scouts, their arms are falling off left and right because they're so small, and I had to use tiny magnets. On bigger Space Marines, you can put bigger magnets, but those scouts are like not the, they're smaller than like an average Space Marine dude, you know? I want them to have these like kind of like medieval gauntlet is what I'm picturing this dude having, holding the rein. Now there's no rein or leash or whatever, you know, for him to hold on, but I think I'm gonna glue that on later using some fly tying material. That's what I'm thinking for this guy right here, or all of them. The holy mushroom, no. Turnip looks fun. I'd love to play it someday. I was like, dude, I'm freaking making 2 armies, and I'm gonna learn, and I'll force Rev to play it. It looks so fun. I was like looking at other games and stuff too, and I was like, yeah, that looks cool. That game kind of looks cool. All right, yep. And I was like, nope. If I'm playing any sort of like rank and file game, you know, it's like regiments, and you're like, hup, hup, and they're all, you kind of move them in movement trays. Dude, Turnip's the game I want to freaking play. Hell yeah. It also seems like a game we could play, you know, me and my friends could play in like in a couple hours. It's not like a 4 or 5 hour game. Small amount of units, very simple rules. Things die pretty quick, I think. Ish. There's only 4 turns to the game. You could probably play 3 games of Turnip if you really want to. I don't know. I made like a little soldier pad on either dude here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Should I use the black speed paint? Might as well just coat it. I can always use more paint after. Just remind myself I'll paint a different color. Yeah, there's a bunch of different games you want to get into. So I took the initiative with Turnip. I said, let's get it going, baby. Alright, now that there's like more colors, I'm starting to see stuff come together. It's still not perfect, but let's go ahead. Let's go Streets of Rage 1. OST. Oh yeah. We're gonna vibe out. Hope you don't mind, chat. All right. I was playing this last night. When the... Damn it. I gotta repaint the red in some of my areas. I got some spillage. Bleed over. I have a USA Force, 1,500 point for K-47, and starting a 2,000 point Emperor's Children for 40k, and that Space Wolves Kill Team. Those will be my active games this year. Very nice. First off, hell yeah, because I have a full Emperor's Children army. Mostly 3D painted, or 3D printed, but That's one of my favorite armies other than Blood Angels, is Emperor's Children. And they're really good, too. They're kind of tricky to play, especially because you only have so many types of units, but I'm a sucker for Noise Marines, and one of my favorite characters is Lucius the Eternal, even how stupid it is. But I love Lucius. He's such a cool character in the world of 40k, I think. I know some people think it's dumb, but there's that one short film they have on Warhammer Community or whatever of Lucius the Eternal infiltrate, and like they capture this or he ends up dying to this like Black Templar, and the Black Templar becomes him. And it was a ploy by Lucius to like get into the Space Marine headquarters to kill one of the Chaos Space Marines that were captured, and that like screwed Lucius over some way, so they went in and like killed him in a Black Templar's like prison. And then he just escapes. Like, Lucius is so cool. Because you can't help it. Even the the guy who builds the landmine will turn into Lucius, you know, because he was proud of his work. So wild. Just cursed to constantly get bested in combat and killed by people and never die. That's like the true that's the true horror for Lucius, is when people defeat him, you know. But yeah, I love Emperor's Children. They're sick. Yeah, Noise Boys are great. And Lucius, though, is sick with the lone op and all that. He's killed many a guard. Sounded like Enya. I remember these commercials when I was 7. Enya? No, I don't know. This is, you're talking about the music? Or what are you talking about? I talk about a lot of stuff, so I kind of forget what I'm talking about half the time, and I see you guys comment something, I'm like, what? I thought you guys were trying to nuts joke me right there. With Enya? Like, what the hell is Enya? It's like, Enya nuts in your mouth? Or something. I thought you guys, that's what I thought you guys were trying to do at first. And you put these nuts in your mouth? Got 'em. Yeah, this is Streets of Rage OST, the first one. This is Yuzo Koshiro. Yuzo Koshiro is the guy who did Streets of Rage 1, 2, I think maybe 3, I forget. Or she does some live shows of these, and it sounds sick. Little, well, you know, that's where the thing rubs on the mushroom. It's been wearing the mushroom down, so that's fine. And had the most annoying commercial back in the 90s was a cringe music CD put together by a record company. I don't remember that. I was born in 1990. I used to have Backstreet Boys on cassette tape, okay, and Spice Girls. But I do not remember that in particular. I might, like, if you show me the CDs maybe, but I don't remember the name Enya enough. You like that humble brag I used to have? Because I was like a little kid, you know, and like probably like 4 or 5 whatever years old, and like Spice Girls, Backstreet Boys, and all that came out or whatever. I was probably like 9 or 10 or whatever. But then I started getting into like rock because my dad plays guitar and everything. But I didn't mind the Spice Girls back then, especially what's her name, Posh Spice. God damn. I specifically, though, remember us going upstate New York in the 90s or whenever. And, like, listening to cassette tapes of, like, the freaking Men in Black movie I had on cassette. We are Men in Black, Galaxy Defender. It was such a good cassette tape. It had so many kick-ass songs in it. It was such a good cassette tape. Years later, when I bought a 1988 Pathfinder stick shift, we were taking that thing out in the woods and, like, destroying it. We would listen to that Men in Black cassette tape. We'd be driving through the woods. We are the Men in Black. Me and my buddies. Like hitting jumps. Good times. Good old cassette tapes. Used to have my Walkman and everything. First CD I ever bought, though. You want to know what the first CD I bought with my own money? Was Ludacris Chicken and Waffles. What a banger album that is. Sunroof back, big engine with a gangster lean. That one song where they sample. Oh. That's the one with stand up, stand up. I believe that was Chicken and Waffles. All right. I think I also bought Tenacious D's first album too on CD. That was like my second ever purchase, which I love because I used to have their HBO show as well, which is ridiculous. Turn that down just a skosh. Do. Yeah, so I was playing Streets of Rage 2 yesterday, actually. Got to you beat the one dude, Jack, you get into the bar, this and that, but it was super late. But so tonight, I'm gonna play some Streets of Rage, because I've been talking about it forever. I'm gonna, like, sit down and jam out for a little bit on it. That's like my all-time side-scroll fighty game. Because there was, like, I was telling Rev about, because he never had a Sega, so he didn't know about it. But, you know, there was, like, the Ninja Turtles game as well, which is kind of similar. But I think Streets of Rage was, like, the best of its kind, really, for that sort of game. I guess I should do the brown first for the guns, so I don't screw up the rest of it. Because once you get that grim black on there, it's hard to paint it brown. Okay. Musket Man. And I want to say there's, like, on a musket, it's like the wood extends. Or is that a ramrod he has? I can't tell. But I'll just do that. Could be ramrodding, for all I know. Man, what a banner. I'm just doing all the wood, and then I'll do all the metal. forgot to put some brown on these guys. Kind of do it like their little stocks. Hey, I've seen the new battle report. That Jackal was a proxy, right? Where did you get it? If it is a proxy. It's a 3D print. I don't exactly know where Rev got it. I'll have to see. I'm not certain. Maybe Rev's watching right now. I'm not certain if it either is an STL he found from somebody, or there's this software called... what's it called? Maker's Lab or something, and you can put a photo and it literally comes up with an STL. And that's quite literally how he printed this right here. Like somebody, I believe nobody made this STL. This is a photo and it came up with this. It's like an AI technology called Maker's Lab or something. So I don't know if the Jackals were an official STL someone made, or not official, but somebody actually made that STL, or if it's from that software. I'll have to find out. Obviously, people like Grey Hunter on the Konflikt Discord, Kaishu Kuno Miniatures or whatever, they make different prints, and we have some prints, or like Epic Miniatures, stuff like that. Have some different miniatures as well. But Rev has been using this. I didn't even know this technology existed. There's like a software that can design an STL for you from looking at a photo. I think it's called Maker's Lab or something. Which, again, I didn't even know that existed. Until he told me like a week or two ago. I'm like, what? You can do that? You technically have to pay for it, but they give you some, like, a free amount of things you can scan and do it with or something. I don't know. I'll try and find out. I should probably start... That sounds like a lot of work, though. Put in the STLs for each battle report. That's too much work. I'll just find out and tell you guys if someone asks. Because people ask all the time, what miniature was that? What STL is this? I recommend joining the Konflikt27 Discord, though. Because there's a ton of people on there. There's a bunch of STL makers as well. STL designers. Like Grey Hunter and other folks. And you can... there's a good resource. If you ask, like, hey, does anyone have heads for this? Like, people have a lot. They'll tell you where you can get it. I've been using one called Turnip28. So good. I've never heard of that. I've never seen a video with it. Because I was like... I haven't been 3D printing a lot recently, but I have fucking 8 3D printed 40K armies. I've been 3D printing for years with my resin printer. And I've never heard of that. So I don't know if that's like a new software that came out somewhat recently in the past year or so, and I just haven't been paying attention to like 3D printer YouTubers or something. Like I was just blown away that he was able to take a photo and have it print a pretty damn accurate US Walker. That being said, I always try and support Warlord and buy their stuff, and you should do the same, but let's be honest, 3D printer go burn, that's fine, you know? Buy the Rift Dice, buy the rules, support the company, if you're gonna 3D print and all that. But yeah, without a 3D printer, man, I would never have gotten in deep into wargaming as I did. I probably wouldn't have a YouTube channel. It's community driven, I believe, Maestro. I think if you just search for Konflikt47, here, I'll just show you real quick. I don't think it's official, but it's like the main one, I guess. And everyone's really cool there. You got the new Japanese Scorpion tank, or the are you talking about the Sasori Walker? Is there a new tank with Yeah, I was amazed at how good it is. It's Operation Konflikt47, it's called. Right here. Operation Konflikt47. Which Rev sent me a invite, but I think if you search for it, you'll just find it. So, yeah. We also have a Discord, but the reason why I haven't brought it up to you folks is because my Discord is all fishing related. Because my main YouTube channel is Li Flies Mike, and I tie saltwater flies for a living. So my YouTube, which I may actually just make a miniature section, so if you guys want to share stuff, we can look at it on stream. But this is what my Discord looks like. Everyone makes saltwater flies and goes fishing and stuff like that. So, but we may, I think I even have a miniature. Yeah, I do have a miniature section, but I haven't been mentioning it to you guys or anything like that. But maybe in the future, just for when you folks want to share stuff, like photos of your miniatures and all that or something. Anyways, join the Konflikt Discord. It's a great place. Good resource if you're looking for any miniatures or any STLs. Everyone's really helpful. Like all the time, people are like, yo, where can I get this? I need a turret for this. And they're like, oh, here you go. Find it here. So everyone's very helpful and nice, which is cool. And hyped on Konflikt, which is great. Oh yeah, both are nice. Yeah, I mentioned something and I was like, yo, that thing looks sick. Somebody painting something really awesome. And I was like, yo, that looks great. And they're like, yeah, they got their style from Little Peacock. And I'm like, okay, I see how it is. Because obviously Discord names are different. And we just started streaming recently, so I don't remember all your guys' names off perfectly anyway. Like on my other stream where I've been streaming for like freaking 8 years. I know like half of my community by name because I only have 10 viewers anyway. That was you, Sean? Yeah. Oh, that was sick. You painted that vampire dude with the cape? That looked fantastic. So I'll show you guys. I found an even better ski mask from I think it's Modern Day Mini, whatever, the guy that makes that Killa Escape from Tarkov mini. He also has ski masks for like modern day Ukrainian war, like Russian tank drivers or something. And so I think I found a good ski mask head. So now I'm looking for a good body, like a cool looking body to put Little Peacock's ski mask face on. So I do like the Killa dude, but he's like wearing a freaking Adidas tracksuit with like an AK 12 or something, or an RPK, which is very, very Russian because he is Russian, because it's Escape from Tarkov. He does look cool, but I'm trying to figure out like the guy you used with that cloak and stuff. I wouldn't mind finding like some sort of cool looking in-world body and put his head on it. But he's also like traveled from another dimension, so he can look kind of different, right? So I haven't decided what's the right body I want to use, but I saw that dude that you painted up. I was like, that looks sick. Yeah, you knocked it out of the park with that one. Yeah, just going in that just reminds me of how shit I am at painting. Someone posted their fireflies with like beautifully, they had the stars all over the helmet and American flags painted on it. I'm like, damn. All right, well, I'm not going to post my fireflies now. Because that looks amazing. Yeah, dude, you killed it. And like the vampire head looking looks awesome. That's what I love about Konflikt, man. I do love the weird World War II aspect of it. That's like kind of my favorite thing. The aesthetics are just top notch. I mean, obviously the game's sick, the model, everything's good, but just like the universe, that's like the big thing for me. If I'm not interested in like the world and everything and like get into it narratively or like in my head, it's harder for me to get into a game. So it was very easy to like buy into the weird War II aspect of this game. Or Conflict. For sure. Alright. That should be decent enough. Just kind of like basic. Yeah. I'll paint this guy's boots black and his little hand. Metallic glove. Gambians, or what do they call them? Like a knight's. They used to like protect their hands. They ain't gloves, I'll tell you that much. Something with a G, like Gambions or something. Unless that's a different piece of knight's armor. Okay. Phew. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. Now we can start gluing crap all over it. Yay! For the fun part. Alright, this is what we ended up with. This is where we're at. Come on now. Okay? This is what we're working with. Okay? Now we need to take this and make it look like it fits here in this universe with pigs and root vegetables and guys with candles on their heads. We gotta get this sort of look going on, so that's the mission. The goal, if you will. We have Amanitas. Let's look. Turnip28. Let's get some inspiration. Again, let's take a look. Yeah, look at these guys are all covered in moss and stuff. This is what I'm talking about here. Yeah, moss boys. I like the homemade movement trace, too. Like, yeah, this is my base. Unless this is how he's just painting them, which it might be. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is like, yeah, this is my base. This is how they're all set up. I like it, though. See stuff like this. Look at that guy, long neck. That dude's got a long neck. See, these are like French looking with that, right? Isn't that a, yeah, it's like Napoleon's hat right there. Morkborg28. This is Morkborg times turn 28. So is this like carrots? Are these like pieces of carrot dudes? Like, see, you can do that though. This could be your army. You know what I mean? Whatever this is, I don't know. Maybe it's butter cubes. I don't fucking know. Like, you know what I mean? Here we go. This is what we're going to be doing. We're going to glue a bunch of crap to it. And hopefully that makes it look cooler. That's the idea. I don't know. We'll see. Worst case, we have the 3D printed Napoleonic era guys and all the fucking cavalry. So we'll have, like, these guys will actually look cool once we do a little green stuff and then glue crap all over it, too. I don't know what's going to happen to these guys. We'll find out. I mean, I'm going to use them, but, yeah. This is an experiment, to say the least, so we'll see what this is like. Okay. So there's going to be a couple things I need to do. I need, like, something... like a sheet of paper or like a from a what do you call it? I got the starter set and American starter, but my wallet had problems with buying their stuff. What's that? From Warlord directly? Really? I need to lay something down to catch all of the flocking, because we're going to be like essentially gluing moss. We're going to be gluing random crap, and I want to take probably Eileen's tacky glue. I still haven't figured out what's going to be the best way to use the static grass applicator on the dudes. I don't even know if it's going to work. I guess we're just going to have to find out. But so what I need to do is we're going to move everything on here. I'm going to get... We'll take a quick break. I gotta take a piss. I'm gonna get a from like a supermarket, whatever. They have those little pamphlets they give you. I'm gonna go get something like that, lay it down, and then we can, because we're gonna make a mess. Is what's gonna happen with all this flocking and all that. I don't even know how it's gonna work, but we're gonna find out. Okay. But, yeah, I am going to, I gotta pee so bad. So I'll be back in just a moment, chat. I'm gonna grab some supplies, like some pieces of paper to lay down, and then we'll go ahead and start gluing this sucker up and seeing how all this looks. I don't know. What do you think? Are we thinking that it's gonna be honest with me, too. I know it's, like, if I just played it like this, isn't really doing it for me. I guess it kind of fits the Turnip28 world, because it's kind of weird and lanky. And they have the helmets, and there's like 2 heads, right? They're like, oh, I think we should go this way, Mike. They're like arguing with each other. But I think, I'm really hoping that by adding some static grass on the back, for instance, and some grass tufts and things like that, and then gluing random crap everywhere, I hope it ties it in more to the aesthetics of Turnip. Because it doesn't look bad. It's fine, right? But it's nothing to write home about. You know what I mean? Nothing to write home about. So I'm really hoping by adding 3D texture to it, we're going to kick it up a notch. But anyway, that's the goal. That's the idea. I'll be back in just a moment, chat. I'm going to go use the restroom and grab something to lay down here. And then we can start making a mess here in my room. Which I will most definitely need to vacuum later afterwards, 100%. So... All right, I'll be back in just a moment, chat. What do you call it? At least some stringy roots. Yeah, well, I got stuff like this, right? I was thinking about adding some of this hanging moss stuff that we use. I could take a little bit and, like, wrap it around them. So it's kind of like, you know what I mean, around their arms and stuff. We have this. We have this stuff. We have actual tufts of grass. And I also have static grass. So... we'll see how it goes, but I can also add more like sticks sort of stuff later. But that's the idea. And yeah, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in just a moment. And hopefully we don't ruin these things. I guess we'll find out. All right, chat. I'll be back in a moment. All right, we're back. Thank you for being patient. Let's ruin these things. Oh, turn it up. Turn it up, Jerry. We're gonna make a mess, so kind of needed. Stop and Shop. Okay. How are we gonna do this? All right. We're gonna have to pick a test model, test subject, and try that. Now I'm very curious if this static grass stuff will actually work. So before I do anything else, I should probably do static grass and just see if it works and whatnot, the way I want it to. Now, I do have mixes. I have this, which is much smaller, this army painter, and it's darker. This will be nice. And then I have a blend of 3 different colors that came with this, which is lighter, more yellowish, kind of greenish. It's a mix. So, yeah. Grab some glue. Now I have some Eileen's tacky glue, which I think it should work for this sort of thing. I believe. Again, this is an experiment. I've never grass tuffed a miniature or flocked a miniature before on the miniature, so I don't know how this is gonna work. I usually use PVA glue mix with water or something. So we're gonna find out. Let's get a battery in here. Make sure you never do this with the battery in it. There's no safeguard other than just don't do that. Otherwise you will cause it to like short out and spark, which I've done a couple times. Okay, battery's good. Okay. So, I wouldn't mind like a little something I could just stick some glue on. I don't have a little palette either, so we'll just do this. This is Eileen's tacky glue. Oh, let me take the Be Right Back away. Sorry, my bad. This is Eileen's tacky glue. And I think we're gonna try this stuff out. Now, it might be wise to actually water this down. I'm going to try it without watering it down first and just go light with it. And I want to do it in an area. So here's the thing. This is how this works, by the way. Holy shit, this is like glued together. Okay, so let's fix this real quick. I just bent it. Okay, it's like, what the hell? It must have glued shut the last time. Can we get it to open? This essentially, we're gonna ground the miniature. So I need to apply a ground to the miniature, and then the power is going to the mesh on the static applicator. Damn, dude.
Coming into our spacious showroom.
Let me get let me get Streets of Rage 2. Okay. Dude, it's like straight up glued shut from the last time I used this. What the f... That's crazy. It actually glued shut. Are you kidding me? How did PBA glue? There we go. Holy cow. Freaking actually glued shut. That's crazy. It's wild. Get a little more leverage. Okay. There's like freaking, what do you call it in there? Flocking and glue stuck in there. Alright, well, the idea is we're going to clamp this to this, thus applying a ground to it. That's the idea. You know what? Let's try it out. Again, I have no idea how this is going to work. I'm actually going to wet my brush a little bit. Oh, we should apply some grass to the applicator. We probably should, huh? So you can see that's the power right there. That's the power from the battery. This is the ground wire right here. So if I touch those two together, you're going to see sparks. So I'll not do that, but you get the idea. Okay, I'm going to use this short stuff to start. Darker. And we'll do a test. Let's go with a little bit. Again, this is an experiment. Don't necessarily know how this is going to go. Maybe... I don't know if it's going to ground it is the problem everywhere. But let's just apply it to the shoulders, I guess. Put some glue on that shoulder there. Also, let me know if the music's too loud or whatnot. For me, it's like pretty loud through my headphones because I'm using a straight up mixer, so it's like the audio's mixed slightly different than how it comes out digitally for you guys. It's hard to tell. I thought it was loud enough, but when I went downstairs, I'm like, you could barely hear it. All right, I grounded. Let's see if this works. Barely put any in there, but I see some static grass application, my friends. Well, well, well. Okay. It looks like it actually works. You see that? Okay, so let's fill her up. Let's get the shoulders. Let's get all the areas that we think. Well, obviously the grass is going to grow towards the sun, right? So you want it on the tops. You don't necessarily want the grass or whatever growing on the bottom of the miniature, I guess, theoretically. You can see why I laid this down. Even with this being laid down, it's going to make a freaking mess, but... Okay, let's load her up. I am half tempted. I think we should mix some of the longer and the short stuff together, though. I think we're going to do that. This is my custom blend. Ooh, we already have, like, look, these naturally formed from the static. I should just be gluing these little things on there. I forgot about that. This is what happens when you play with this thing. It like turns little static grass glue balls. We could take all those and use them. So this is like much longer and lighter in color, and then we'll mix a good amount of that shorter, darker stuff. The problem is we're going to have to constantly like pick up all the scraps off the table, get it back in there, refill it up. Part of the game. Let's cover it up so it doesn't go everywhere. I love it when a plan comes together, though, chat. It actually works. And it looked kind of cool already. That little spiky stuff on there, it already kind of just adds mystique about the model. Alright. Get his other shoulder. And I think I want to apply it very thin as well so it's not super evident. I'm gonna need a lot more glue than this. I have like this tiny little thing. Maybe we'll do like back here. Some on his butt. It's an experiment, let's see. All right. Yes. Oh. It's like the Wicker Man or something. Yes. Yes. That looks way cooler already, and we even haven't added the really cool bits to it. Okay, I'm just vindicated in what I did, though. So at least I know my vision was correct. The vision was there. It worked out. God bless. Everything will be okay. I can sleep easy tonight, knowing that I didn't completely fumble the bag. All right, we need a lot more glue, though. A wider palette, if you will. That's what I'm talking about. Let the turnip flow. The turnip energy flow through you. Okay. And now we're just going to have fun. I'm going to try and keep it random. I don't want to cover the whole thing. And I think applying a light coat's important because the stuff does it doesn't dry super transparent at times. Ooh, I wonder if a good place to put it is around the shoulders and the base of the head to have all that grass growing. That seems like a good idea. I'm also just trying to add some depth to the body because it was flat, like very one-dimensional. Yeah, let's go. Let go. Probably what I should do is just cover them all in glue and then do this all in one shot, huh? That'd be way quicker. I'm just having fun with it, though. But yeah, that'd probably be way faster. Yes! Yes! Turnip28, let's go! That one looks sick. It's like they have roots growing out of their heads. Yeah! I'm happy I added the different length grasses, too. And so it's not all one length, and it's different colors. Let's go. Just sprinkle some, like, random... Oh, let me do it again. Oh, man, I'm making a mess. I'm gonna have to freaking... I try... even laying this thing out here, I feel like it's still gonna get everywhere, this stuff. Yes. The turnips. Yes. Let's go. Dude, I'm so stoked. I'm so happy that this is actually working out. Thank God. I spent so much of my time hand making these. Nothing worse when I used to like spend all this time making terrain, and nowadays we don't even use it because it looks like crap compared to all the new terrain stuff that we have. It's like I spent so much physical hours on that thing. I feel like it could have been slightly suited better. My use of time. So it sucks when you spend all this time doing something, you're like, man, this did not come out the way I'm looking, the way that I wanted. But this is coming out the way I want it to, so I'm very happy. Alright, we need a refill already. Blew our load. I don't want all of them to be super, super grassy, so I'm okay if some of them are sparser than others. And the amount of grass there is. Dude, I'm so freaking... And, like, you know... Who's to say these things can't come out? I can't, you know... I might use these at Konflikt. You know, let's say they go to some old Bavarian village. And it turns out the rift has turned the local flora and fauna and some sort of fungus into a zombie-like disease. And now these old Napoleonic-era soldiers are emerging from the ground. Ooh, brains! But they're saying radishes. You know, in Turnip they could say radishes. In Konflikt they could say brains. You know what I mean? Okay. I think we should apply glue to a couple of them, and then we'll just do it all at once. Let's do the rest of the foot soldiers. Instead of glue, picking up the grass off the table. Now, if I really wanted to be immature, I could give them pubic hair, but I'm not going to. They all just have like a massive bush. I'm not going to. Do like a darker colored grass stuffs by where their crotches are. I won't. I could, though. I don't know why that got me so bad, but that it's just so dumb. They all have pubes. That might be a little too much. Oh, God. That's funny. Well, I hope for you folks that stuck around, I hope you're enjoying this funky turnip army we got going on here. in this adventure that the stream took us on today. I'm definitely gonna like flock the bases and everything too, but I'm gonna do that once I paint the bases and everything. I usually do all my bases once the minis are done. I know some people will base beforehand or like paint all the bases. I always paint the bases like when I'm done with everything. I'm assuming that's how most people do it, but honestly, I'm not too certain. I know some people will do the bases separately and everything and put them together. I gotta find some more soundtracks for us to listen to. I love Streets of Rage, but if we listen to every time, it'll get too much. Whole reason I'm picking video game soundtracks because we won't get copy striked, which is important. Hit this with some more glue. Kind of random, but kind of in the same spots. I'm going for like the high points of the legs, the shoulders, the arms, where I think the sun would be shining the most on these abomination freaks. Because even in the Turnip28 world, I think these things are a little like, what the hell is that thing? Which is perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Kind of thinking where the sun would hit, you know, in relation to them, like, endlessly marching forward to battle towards their turnip overlord's desires. A root vegetable. I haven't decided what root vegetable they worship yet, either. I'm thinking, is a rutabaga a root? Maybe rutabagas? Or is that a... I'm not certain. Is that a fruit? I think that's a root. Rutabaga. They make pies with it. I think so, at least. Alright, let's go ahead, grass them up. Get grassed. Do 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 do. Get grassed, bozo. Dun, 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 dun. Oh man, I'm just happy this worked. I was kind of nervous, like, is this actually going to come out the way that I envisioned it would? Sometimes you got to take a risk in hobbying. Go for gold instead of playing it safe, you know? And now I'm just rambling, but you know. I haven't eaten. White Claw's kicking in. I will say though, once we grass all these up, we're gonna do the mushroom riders and everything, and we'll do one miniature where we try and like kind of quote unquote finish it with by adding different what do you call it? Different grasses and like hanging moss, and we're gonna hang on it and stuff. After that, there's some burgers downstairs and French fries. I am absolutely starving. Yo, Green Vault Gabriel coming in with the super chat. Thank you, my friend. Round of applause, chat. Get your George emotes or whatever, or your 07s in the chat. Thank you, Gabriel. Very, very kind of you. You didn't have to do that, my friend. Appreciate it. How you doing? I hope you're having a great, what is it now? Thursday? Hope you had a great week. How you doing, dude? Thank you. We're making custom Turnip28 army. So I took metal wire and green stuff, and I made figurines. They have guns for heads, and they're holding heads. And we were saying, man, these kind of look like crap. What can I do to make them fit Turnip28 and Root Vegetable Overlord world? So we're just flocking the miniatures now, as you normally do. Alright, we got to get our grass back in. That's the problem with this stuff. It goes quick. But thank you, my friend. Very, very kind to you. We have the new battle report came out yesterday. And we just filmed another game yesterday with the Commonwealth versus the Axis, which will be coming out next Wednesday. But you members will get that. It'll probably be up. It'll probably be done before the weekend for you guys. I'll try and finish it before the end of the weekend for everybody. And then we're trying to have the battle reports come out on Wednesdays for Warlord Wednesday or whatever. Alright. And we've kind of just been doing Wednesdays in it, so it's kind of just stuck. I never put the Warlord Wednesday tag, but in my mind it's Warlord Wednesday. But appreciate it, Gabriel. Hope everything's going good. Some of these drying quick. Is that what's going on here? Or I guess I just didn't apply a lot of grass or glue in general. No, I think it's drying. I gotta work quick. Let me reapply it. Yeah, I think it was like drying or something. I just got done working. Going to paint some Shrekwolfen. Been interested in Turnip28 as well. Good choice. Hilarious battle reports. That's exactly what I want to do. I watched I told Rev, every battle report I've seen of Turnip28 is like, it's like, and Sir Todd came from the north and he rode his radish and his radish men were behind him and they're like, you know, they're all like, like, I'm like, that's the exact sort of stuff, like battle report stuff that would fit great on the channel for the sort of weird stuff I do, you know? Some people don't like the voices, and some people, you know, I get comments every once in a while, but I think the majority of you folks don't mind the wacky stuff we do and, like, the narrative stuff, so. I think it fits perfectly. Like, Turnip28 is, like, made for that world, it seems like. So, I'm glad you like it. At least we know we'll have a couple people watch it, the battle reports. So we're obviously Konflikt's like the main thing on the channel, but we're gonna try and introduce some other games, not to take place of the Konflikt battle reports, but as additional content on the channel. So we have a bunch of different games that we want to try out here. Your wife was rolling her eyes while you were bursting out laughing. Yeah, yeah. No, that's right up my humor. That dumb sort of stuff. That's right up my alley. I'm happy though. I think these came out pretty good. I'm gonna do the grass tufts on the heads like you see a lot in Turnip and other stuff like that. Yeah, and Rev is very much so like, I'll be like, yo, there's this one game we could try out, and he's like, yeah, whatever, that game, I don't want to play that. He seems like actually interested in Turnip28. He was like, oh, should I make an army? I'm like, dude, you got so much stuff going on. I'll make 2 armies, and then you could try it out. If you want to make one in the future, go ahead, but Rev has bolt action armies he's putting together, tons of conflict stuff. He got... You know, he's got all these Konflikt miniatures coming and orders and stuff from Warlord. He's got a lot of stuff he's doing for the battle reports. But this is right up my alley. I want to get more into, like, making miniatures and modeling and wacky stuff like this. Stepping outside the normal bounds of just, like, you know, normal painting. So, this is right up my alley. And I love doing dumb stuff on the internet, as you've seen here on the channel. From any of the little peacock stuff or whatever. So I'm sure I could do dumb voices and fun stop motion battle report stuff. The main thing is it's a very simple game, which if we're playing any extra games, we're not trying to get into super complicated games nowadays with a ton of crunch. Because it's hard to remember all the rules for ball to action, all the rules for conflict, all the rules for 40k, all the rules for this. You know what I mean? You can only play so many crunch games out there, heavy ruled games. That's where like one-page rules, Turnip, you know, all these kind of games that are definitely a little bit easier to grasp in a short term. I'm gonna apply some more to this dude. He didn't really get the... He dried up. Dry, my lord. This is a sign that maybe he's like an older rootling and he's going bald. I'm gonna call these rootlings. That's what I'm gonna call them. I feel like I've seen that in something else where there's... Oh, maybe it might have been like Magic the Gathering. I don't know what, but rootlings are from something. Maybe like a card made rootlings. Little root dudes. That's what I'm gonna call these things. Rootlings. My rootling battalion. I think they do that on purpose. You invest so much you can't quit. Yeah, I think you're right. Especially with 40k. That's the problem with 40k, right? It's like you end up spending $1,200 on an army. So it's hard to justify to get into another army. And then you end up buying new units for your army. So it's like a never-ending cycle of having to stay up to date on 40k, watch content about 40k, buy 40k, do all the 40k stuff. I just got shocked, by the way. Because I'm grounded in my other hand and I touched the thing. Luckily, it wasn't very strong. But yeah, they definitely kind of like... they have their hooks into people in every single aspect. From subscriptions to games to the tabletop game to media to everything. And then you figure just the rules and stuff too, but you're so invested in it at that point. It's like, well, I don't know if I can get into a new game, you know? For sure. I'm sure somebody had a board meeting somewhere about it. Product analysis. All right, my rootlings. Rise, my rootlings, rise. But they are the underlings. The true warriors of the army. Focus, damn it. The mushroom riders. This is what I'm really excited about. The mushroom boys. So, do I still have grass in there? I have enough for one guy. I have to regrass here soon. Mushroom riders. So I found these these are wooden mushrooms from the dollar store. And I knew they'd come in handy for Turnip28 one way or another. But again, these are just green stuff. This is like armature. I took metal wire and just made like basic figurine shapes. And then covered it in green stuff. And jammed some 3D printed parts on there. No, you want to see the real good stuff. The emus for Little Peacock. That's the real good stuff. Mushroom riders. Nice. Yeah, well, it's amazing how gluing grass, static grass, to these guys really just changes what they look like entirely. Mushroom riders. Because what we're going to do is we're going to glue like moss. We're going to glue some other types of stuff. I'm just doing this first. Maybe I should have done that after, but I don't know. This is the first iteration. Should we do one where maybe I glue some hanging moss on first and then... Because I have stuff like this is the idea. So how would I do it? Maybe I actually want to do this stuff first. Well, I could always do another application, I guess, but... Can I, like, get this kind of glued up and then... I don't even know how I'm going to do this, but I was thinking about wrapping it on them. It'd be easier on one of these guys. Let me start fresh here. Can I get this to stick? There we go. I was thinking about doing this. And I can have like some... I guess I could continue it and like wrap around their body. Kind of like this, you know? So I could do something like that. That's probably easier to do it first and then apply the glue. Yeah. Well, well, you know, you gotta learn somehow. That means I'll just have to do it over on the other guys and then apply even more grass on top, but that's okay. We're building up layers. Yeah, that is a good reason to test things like this before you do it. I think that is 100% right. It would be way easier to do that first. That's okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh my god, I almost shorted it. Would have been like sparking all over the place. Alright. I think this is how you do it. We take some glue, we wrap it in random spots, or put it in random spots, and then we wrap the moss. And we can also just take bits of moss and glue it on and hang it, but I do want to like wrap some moss to give them that 3D texture to them. So let's try this. Take this. Just kind of like randomly get it on there. I don't want too much rhyme or reason to it. Like I was wrapping it around them. It almost looked like they were doing it by wrapping it on themselves. I don't know if I necessarily want it to be too cohesive. I kind of want it to just be like random. Like it is growing on them. Nice thing is, we already painted the whole miniature, so like this just kind of has like, even though it's kind of artificial, it has that, like it looks like plants, you know, growing or something, so we don't have to worry about it. So that's nice. Like that. Yeah, it's probably easier, huh? Then we can moss the legs, because it's going to be hard to do the hanging moss on the legs. But if we do it to on the mushroom riders, it'll be easier. Let's do this. Whoa. Jumping Jehoshaphat's. Let's put this some here, some there. We'll move his arm a little so it's a little easier to wrap. And this, like I said, is also helping us get some like 3D dimension to the mini. It's actually kind of fine if that's like that. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay. I think the final touches after I glue, I can hang like, or even now, I want to hang like little bits, so it's like hanging. Man, this is actually going to take a while. We're not going to get this done tonight, but we got like a very large amount done. We'll keep doing some of this. But I am going to go eat some food here soon, probably. Let's get these covered in hanging moss, though. Yeah, this is going to be a little project for sure. But I think we've gotten like a significant amount of it done, which I'm very excited about. And I just need to come up with 2 more characters, and the Mushroom Rider army is done. The Rootling Riders. The Rootling army with Todd. And then I have this 3D printed Napoleonic miniatures for, this will be like Rev's army or whatever. We'll have 2 armies. We'll probably make tons more armies in the future, and I want to make more handmade stuff is the idea. I might make some videos on stuff like this, making like miniatures for Turnip or something. We'll see. I don't know if people want to watch this stuff, but we shall find out, I suppose. Okay. Yep. That was definitely easier. For sure. I'm going to apply glue on top of it anyway when I grass tough it, so it's fine. And I'm definitely playing more Streets of Rage tonight. After we've been jamming out to these soundtracks, I had to break out my handheld retro Anbernic. It plays like up to N64 or Dreamcast. I guess really Dreamcast is like the limit on that. It plays PlayStation, N64, Dreamcast, but I was playing Streets of Rage last night at like 1 a.m. on that thing. Because we've been jamming out to Streets of Rage every stream. I got to get a good comprehensive list of banger music or video game soundtracks for us to listen to on stream. And there's some good ones, and we don't get copy striked, so. Are you still listening? Yes, YouTube, I'm still listening to the multi-hour-long music track. You fools! I hate that. It's like, you've been listening to music for the past 3 hours. Are you still listening to music? Or are you dead? Should we call the authorities? God damn it. I'll stop listening to music when I want to stop listening to music. Burnt out on digital games lately. Probably get back into them later. Yeah, I haven't been playing much. I was playing Half Sword, which came out on PC. Because I was playing the demo of that. And it came out, like, full release. It's kind of like a janky like, physics simulation medieval fighting game. Like, when Arc Raiders came out, I was playing Arc Raiders pretty hard. And that was, like, the first time I played video games in so long. Because I just really haven't had time nowadays with 2 YouTube channels and my own small business and everything. It's like you never have time for anything, but every once in a while I get on a little kick where I get back into gaming for a little bit and play. But that's the thing, it's like it's so hard. You really just need to be unemployed to play video games really properly, you know, nowadays. Excalibur! I got those done. Let me do this guy. Oh, dude, there's a cheeseburger downstairs with my name on it. I'm so excited. There's a couple of them. And I'm ready. It's gonna be glorious. Can we? Is this guy gonna cooperate? He's already grassed up. He's already got that riff cush. This guy might be more like a hainer. We hane some stuff off of him. But I'll try and do a rap-a-roozy. I'm excited for when the bolt action game comes out on Steam. I told Rev we're gonna have to do some like battle reports. What would be fun is doing battle reports with the folks from the community. I can actually we can do battle reports with you folks if the game ends up being good, you know, or live streams or something where we verse each other with bolt action lists, you know. And think about it, what's going to happen? If it's literally a game that's set up for bolt action, guess what people can easily do on Steam and you have easy access to? Community mods. So what does that mean? Oh, that sounds like, to me, unless they copy strike it like GW does with stuff, that sounds to me like somebody can mod Konflikt 47 into the bolt action game. You know how with like Tabletop Simulator? Was that a Soul Eater reference earlier? No. I don't know when was Soul Eater? Was Soul Eater? I don't think I ever played Soul Eater. Let me take a look. I remember the game. Oh no, it's a manga. I thought it was a game. No, I'm not familiar with the. I'm not into mangas at all, or anime in general, but. I thought that sounded like a game I played a while ago on like PlayStation or something. Soul Eater. What did I say that you thought was the reference? Alright, are we going to do the same? Do we need to do the hanging moss to these guys? I feel like these guys... They're underlings. I don't know if they've grown long enough to deserve moss. No, I'm just going to leave them the way they are. I'm going to glue other types of moss to them. Now what we can do is we can glue this to it. Oh, you fools! No, that's just... I forgot what that's from. That might just be... I heard it in some pop culture thing years ago. I don't know what it is. That's just me picturing some, like, wizard yelling at some guy when he's fallen into his trap. Yeah, you fools! You've fallen into my trap! I don't know if that's from any particular reference... Or just in my mind picturing like a wizard or something. Or a root vegetable man. I just say that all the time. Maybe I picked it up from like from pop culture and it's from that particular thing or something. I don't know. Or from somewhere, TV. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember when I started saying that. I feel like I've just been saying that. But I say a lot of things, you know? So I don't remember pretty much any of it. If you just constantly spew crap out of your mouth, then you'll eventually say everything. Yeah, good call. I think it was a good idea to apply this stuff first and then do the grass for sure. Rookie move on my part. You fools. Now, I never got into manga, and I tried getting into like some animes. The closest I got into anime, which I know this isn't anime, but I used to watch like Dragon Ball and stuff back in the day when I was a kid. Or Dragon Ball Z or whatever on Toonami and all that. But I never really got into animes. I know a lot of my friends are and stuff, but... Or manga. I don't think I've ever owned a manga, I'm trying to think. I was always like, what? I'm like, why the hell are these books backwards? What the hell's going on over there? I got backwards books. Yeah, nowadays, I literally just watch YouTube. Sometimes maybe watch Twitch, but I just watch, like, for instance, there's YouTube channels that just do, like, freaking hour-long documentaries or something, you know, or this or that, and it's like, you can watch, if I feel like watching Djibouti Show, which they're, like, one of the streams I watch that does either gaming or whatever, this and that, or there's channels that make, you know, highly edited videos about this subject or that subject or this. It's like, I don't even need a TV or nothing anymore. So I haven't had cable box in years. And I don't watch, like, movies or anything. So it's like, pretty much YouTube does it all nowadays for me. But it's funny, I haven't, like, watched, like, TV or, like, modern day shows or any movies or anything. So I have no idea what anyone talks about when it comes to modern day stuff. Or shows. Or people are like, oh, you see the new Fallout? You see this? You see that? I'm like, nope. I haven't seen anything in, like, 10 years. DBZ's the gateway? Yeah. I know it's hardly, like, you know, where people are like, excuse me, that is not an anime, okay? Or whatever, but... Growing up in the United States... in the 90s, and then, you know, what was it? I guess it would be, when did DBZ or Dragon Ball first, like, show up on American TV? Was it late 90s? I just remember, I was like, okay, this show is badass. Some dude's like, yeah! Like, glowing hair, like, I remember it was a show about a fighting, like, they were, it was like a, just seeing, it was like a fighting competition. Or whatever. I'm like, oh, what is this show? I had no idea what it was. And I was immediately started, like every other kid growing up, watching Dragon Ball Z, drawing Goku in your notebook or something. Yeah. I've heard some people argue or whatever, but that is probably, you know, anime snobs. I'm more of an anime connoisseur myself. Ultimate weeb mode enabled. Well, in reality, Dragon Ball Z was more of a animated picture instead of an anime. Let me get more glue. Yeah, every single kid in my grade, it was, I forget, it was like 3rd or 4th grade or 2nd grade. I don't remember when Dragon Ball was like super big, but me and like all my buddies, or it was like everybody really, were like all drawing Dragon Ball Z, trying to draw that style, you know. And one of my friends, Johnny, I remember, he actually was killing it. Me and him were like doing like somewhat decent ones, but his were like way better than mine. But everyone was trying to like draw Dragon Ball Z and stuff, and watching us draw Dragon Ball Z, they're like, whoa, Dragon Ball Z. Good times. I forgot what grade it was though. I think it was like, maybe it was 3rd grade. Don't remember. But I remember everybody was obsessed with it. I used to love, there was a couple, I think it was the Adventures of Goku or something on Game Boy Advance. My buddy had that. So I'd come over and I'd like play it, you know? That was a lot of fun. That was a good game. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I have it. I actually got it on my Ambernick. I made sure because I was like, I want to make sure this is the game I'm thinking of, and I think it is. It's like an RPG Dragon Ball game on Game Boy. You like go around and level up and do all these adventures and like travel. It's like kind of like open world-ish, if you will, you know, where it's like super large and you're. It was like Pokemon, but with Dragon Ball, you know, in terms of like how you're traveling the world and stuff. I think it was The Legend of Goku or something. I have it on my handheld device now. Freaking sick game. Mushroom Riders! Ho! Alright, let's do these last 2 or 3. Let's do these last 3. And then I'm going to go eat some burgers. And thank you so much to everyone who's hanging out. Keeping me company here while I paint up some turnip miniatures. I gotta probably, you know, tonight I'll start working on the new battle report. We have Axis versus the Commonwealth. And it was a great game too. That's what we filmed yesterday, me and Rev. So that'll be coming out next week. And it'll be coming out probably over the weekend or near the end of the weekend for members. And then come out Wednesday as usual for everyone else. And yeah, off stream I'll probably have more. We're definitely going to be streaming over the weekends, by the way, too. So I'm going to try and stream Saturday and Sunday from now on. But we may randomly go live throughout the week like this. But this was kind of just, I wanted to do this, so I figured I'd stream because this is wacky enough to where it was worth streaming. But yeah, Saturday and Sundays we are going to be streaming, especially because like Mordian isn't streaming and all that. Sometimes I'll just like lurk in his streams while I'm doing hobby stuff, for instance. Alright. I gotta reapply the glue inside the applicator here. Gotta get the legs too. Gotta get the hips. Those hips don't lie like Shakira. They got grass on them. And his legs. You know, this dude's got hairy legs. He's made out of a root. Same, something in the background while you hobby? Yeah, it's just nice. But I stream every Friday night for my fly tying channel, where we tie flies and go over different patterns and stuff. So I can't like stream too much, for instance, because we have YouTube videos to make. I have fly tying orders I got to do. I have to edit battle reports. I have to edit fly tying videos. Yo, Doc, what's going on, dude? It's all on the hips. That's right. What's going on, Doc? How you doing, man? We're wrapping up a little hobby stream here. We're just flocking our Turnip28 miniatures, as you do. And I have so much... this is why I normally do this outside, by the way, on a table, because there's now millions of these small plastic fibers floating around. So I'm going to have to vacuum. Because even though I, like, laid this out, this stuff is, like, weightless. And that's one of the reasons why you use it. So it's, like, just flying everywhere, and it's, like, all over my pants, all over the ground. But that's right.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. It's a great time to apply for an Apple Card. You'll love it.
Ah, shut up with your stupid ass. Blah, 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 blah. I got like copy strike for a Apple Card ad. I gotta get YouTube Premium one of these. I'm just a cheap bastard. You ain't getting money out of me, Google. I'm one of those rare relics that doesn't have YouTube Premium and doesn't use an ad blocker. You might as well just call me Unk. Certified Unk streamer. I'm like, oh, but ad block, that's bad. You're not supposed to do that. I'm like one of the only people on the internet probably still not using it. Oh, they ghillie suits too, hell yeah. Yeah, that's a good, perfect. Definitely could be a ghillie suit. This is more so they're made out of like, I like to think they're like humans that died and then the roots took over and the root vegetables grew into like, this. But I didn't even think about that, Doc. You could totally make a freaking ghillie suit on like a bolt action miniature with flocking. Oh my god. That's like a multi-million-dollar idea. I've never even thought of that. I hate commercials so much that I'll pay whatever to not even hear it. Yep, totally. I understand. I don't mind it as much, right? Especially with YouTube, you can just skip. Coming from watching Twitch for years and how aggressive the ads got on Twitch to where it's like 3 minutes of unskippable ads for like every 30 minutes of content or something even worse. I had to stop watching the platform. It was just too much. Just too much. But I think I have to get YouTube Premium. I think there's like... I've been putting it off for so long, but... I don't own a cable box. I don't watch TV. All I watch is YouTube. I think it's reasonable that it's worth it. And then you have YouTube Music. You have all this other crap too. So, dude, I didn't even think about that. You could totally make a bolt action ghillie suit with this. That's like such a cool idea. No worries. I'm here all week. Perfect. Especially with the tanks and stuff. I didn't even think about that, to be honest with you. I also don't know how advanced ghillie suits were in World War II. I know the term sniper came from hunting snipes in Scotland. Like the idea of... I think that's also where, like... Were they using ghillie suits to hunt snipes in Scotland? I think so, right? But like the term sniper comes from hunting that particular bird in that part of the world. Probably you have them in Ireland too. Unless they're just Scottish or whatever, but... So a lot of that stuff, sniper stuff, was like developed, I think, too, around like World War II, World War I. Because there were marksmen. I have a book on snipers and like marksmanship and stuff in the military. And back during the Civil War, the Americans were fighting like a guerrilla war against the Brits. And they had same thing during the Confederate, or during I mean, that was the Revolutionary War. During the Civil War as well, they had people that they started adding rifling to some of their muskets, and they had like basic optics, which were like almost like little telescopic lenses that they would put on rifles. So it was a very interesting book. You learned kind of about the early stages of going from like smoothbore muskets to learning about marksmanship and how militaries adapted to for like long range precision shooting in armed conflicts. It's really cool. And then to modern day, like the book came out back when we were still in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it was talking about, you know, the use of like the M14, you know, even in modern day, like combat as a DMR and stuff. Very interesting book. But yeah, I learned about that. That was cool. Snipe have great vision. Yeah, I think that was the whole thing. Is I think they were wearing camouflage and moving like completely still or whatever, or they had to shoot them from crazy far. I forget exactly why they used that particular hunting of the bird as the term for like a modern day, just a generic term for somebody who's like, you know, a marksman or something they use. You hear it in video games, like the sniper. Yeah, very interesting. And then if you learn about like the U.S. Army or like the Marine Corps, all these sniper programs and how they make their own ghillies. I used to love watching those documentaries of like these guys making their own ghillie suits, and they'd have to move like they would spend days moving like trying to move like 100 meters towards the instructors who are sitting there with binoculars looking at them. There's some really cool documentaries about the military, about people going through sniper training. That was a lot of fun. I'm gonna put this. We're done. I'm gonna put this stuff back in the bin. We got them grassed up. Regular people make much better content than Hollywood. Hollywood's dead. Yeah. I haven't seen anything that made me want to go to the movies in the past freaking 20 years, 10 years, whatever. It's pretty crazy too. Like, I think that's what we're going to see in the future is like Markiplier too just had a bunch of success with like a indie film that he funded or something like that. It was like performing better than everything that came out of Hollywood that week or something. I forget. So I think you're going to see that more and more. You're going to see like, I wonder if we're actually going to see like independent film like that in movie theaters. It's going to become that popular where it's like crowdfunded and then it's so popular because of social media or something. I'm curious if it's going to be like that, because that would be like, I bet you Hollywood's quaking in their boots. The fact that like a YouTuber can make a movie that's more successful than them, you know? That's probably not a good thing for them. Probably a scary proposition. But yeah, I haven't watched movies in years. I love YouTube has the free movies, so I'll see something like, what was it, Major Payne with Damon Wayne or something like that. Those are the sort of movies, if I watch movies nowadays, I'll watch movies like that. Where it's like McHale's Navy or something, where it's like free on YouTube movies or whatever. The official YouTube stuff. Those are the sort of movies I watch nowadays. Alright. Let me put this stuff away. God, what a freaking mess this made. What a freaking mess. I'm going to have to vacuum. It got everywhere. It got on the desk. It got on the miniatures. It got on my table. It's probably on my camera. Alright, let's take a look, though. I'll clean up after the stream. We got Mushroom Boys. More Mushroom Boys. So these are... I picked these as, like, the heavy cavalry. And they're 3-man units. So we have 2 3-man units of Mushroom Riders. And this stuff's worse than deer hair, Doc. It's like plastic. It's microplastic filaments, essentially, is what it is, simulating grass blades. And then we got our gun boys. So these are 4-man units. Yeah, they're 4-man units, and they're not. There's a 12-man unit that's like bozos. These are like pretty decent. They're skirmishers. That's what it is. They're a skirmisher unit. So we have 2 of the 4-man skirmisher units equipped with black powder weapons. And my leader, Todd. So I need to make 2 more characters, but this is the thing that started. This is the first mini I made by hand. And this guy's actually made up of tin foil and metal wire. So I used tin foil and wrapped it around metal wire to get the 3D. And yeah, I sent it to Rev, and Rev's like, that's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, perfect. And he's got a little rutabaga on his head or something. So, all right. Well, chat, thank you so much for hanging out. I 100% need to vacuum, as when I stand up, it's going to make a mess. And, yeah, we got a fun little Turnip28 starter army set up. I need to get 2 more characters, so I'll make 2 more characters by hand. Probably make them kind of look like these guys, where they're like lanky dudes covered in moss and stuff. I still have to glue this moss, so later tonight what I'll do is I'm just going to like randomly glue bits of chunks of this stuff to them as well. I got to do the basing and all that. But yeah, I got to admit, I was very worried. I still don't think they're like, I wouldn't like post this in the Turnip28 Discord like, hey guys, look what I made. You know what I mean? But I will say, I'm happy. I was really worried that they were going to just look like dog shit. But once we started gluing some stuff on there, I think they really kind of came together. And I haven't even put the grass tufts or anything on there either. So I think it'll work. I think when I do a Turnip28 battle report, like people won't, you know, they won't comment too badly about how much they look like crap. Maybe we'll get some compliments. Who knows? So I got to do the basing. I got to do the rest of it and stuff. So we'll see. But anyways, chat, thank you so much for hanging out and for watching. New battle report is out. So if you haven't checked it out, new battle report's out. As well for the people watching on Twitch. New fly time videos out. The Adachi Clouser fly time video as well. But new battle reports out. New one's coming out later on Wednesday. It'll be out early for members, so I got to work on that here soon. And we will be doing more hobby streams over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I don't know if we'll continue the turnip or if I'm going to prime up and we paint up some conflict stuff. We might start working on Little Peacock's occult army for the Axis with Knockjagers and ostriches or emus. That's right, we have emus in Conflict now. It's going to be canon, thanks to me and Rev. But yeah, so thanks for hanging out, chat. Got some hobbying done, and appreciate everyone hanging out. Gabriel, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Very kind of you. And Tiki the Hut with the membership. Very, very kind. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. So, and tomorrow, for anyone interested, we stream Flytime as well. So I'll be streaming Flytime. So, Turnip versus Conflict. Yep, exactly. There you go. We'll have Conflict miniatures fighting Turnip miniatures. That would be sick. Where we like one guy's playing Turnip28 and the other dude's playing Konflikt 47. We're like both playing separate games in rules. That'd be great. But all right, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out, and we'll see you folks with some more Mike Rolls Dice streams on Saturday. Okay, and I'll see everyone else tomorrow for Li Flies Mike for some fly time. So all right, chat. You take it easy. You have an awesome